Calling this meeting back to order of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education. Item 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance led by our superintendent.
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Superintendent. We have our item 4.2, broadcast statement by Student Member Sheikh.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Monday, April 26th at 6 noon and Thursday, April 29th at 6 p.m. It is also webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net. And can be viewed on Metro Cable 14's YouTube channel. The public has been given the opportunity to address the board through public comment, either by submitting comments, which are posted on our website, or by speaking during the meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak submitted a speaker form by noon today and were sent a link to participate. When it is your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to provide comment orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up.
Fantastic. Thank you, Student Member Sheikh. Item 4.3, Stellar Student. Our Stellar Student will be read by Member Wu. And we welcome Jeremy Webster Hawkins, a sophomore at the School of Engineering and Sciences.
Jeremy has been participating in the ACES program at SES since their program launched in 2019-2020. Jeremy's stellar achievements are in both academic instructional day and the after-school day. Jeremy had acted as a model student with traits such as positive attitude, active engaged learning, participation, open-mindedness, and most notably, an ability to adapt to multiple situations. Regarding his academic studies, Jeremy has maintained exceptional grades via his ability to organize, prioritize, and focus on completing the goals he sets for himself despite the challenges represented by distant learning. Jeremy, in the ACES after-school space, has been a bright spot in the program. Jeremy brings much positive energy to whatever classroom activity or initiative the group is focusing on. Many individuals, ranging from the team leader staff to his peers, have noted Jeremy's positive influence on them. Overall, his team leader reports that there are many great things that can be highlighted about Jeremy. Those in ACES and many at SES have gotten to know what great depth of character Jeremy brings to the table. Jeremy is more than deserving of the stellar student acknowledgement, and those in the SES community are very glad to have him at their school. Jeremy.
Hello. I have a couple words. I'm just grateful that we could all be here today. This is obviously proof that a student can do great things. As a student, I didn't see myself coming this far, but with the help of all my fellow peers, I was able to. I've actually probably gone past what I should have, and now I'm improving even more. I would just like to say that every student is just going to be, if not better than me, later on in life, and everyone can do fantastic things if they choose to.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, and keep doing good. You're doing great.
I plan to.
Joining us tonight. All right. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session, Ms. Collins?
Good evening, President Pritchett. I believe we had public comment on.
Oh, I do apologize. Yes, we had one live I figured that name sounded familiar. We have one live comment for item 4.3. Miss Webster Hawkins. Hi. Oh, we can't hear you.
You're muted.
There we go. Yeah, I also want to applaud the amazing faculty and leadership at SES. It's a fantastic school that is perfect for Jeremy's aspirations and strengths, and gave him the environment to do the hard work to bring him to where he is today. And the other neat thing that I want to commend the district on is the existence of the athletic MOU that allows students at the small high schools to compete at the comprehensive high schools. That was on the JV volleyball team last year, and he's on the track team running for Kennedy this year. So that MOU helped him decide to go to the small school because he knew that he could still go out for the big sports. So kudos to Jeremy for taking advantage of all those opportunities.
Thank you for raising such a fine young man. All right. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session. Ms. Collins.
Thank you, President Pritchett. There are two announcements coming out of closed session. The board approved two special education settlement agreements. The first, identified as OAH case number 20210-30253, approved by unanimous vote of those members present, 6-0. The second one, OAH case number 20210-10161, that was also approved by unanimous vote of those members present, 6-0.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. All right, item 6.0, agenda adoption. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
So moved.
All right, I got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, item 7.0, public comment. And we have quite a few public comments. Let's see here. We have 7 live comments, one of which is combining time with 8 others. So that would actually take us about at our 15 minutes. So I'm going to limit public comment to 1 minute.
Excuse me, President Pritchett.
Yes.
I only see 2 speakers online currently.
Oh, okay. Well, then, is any of those which, the ones that's combining with the 8 others?
No.
So just, okay, then we'll just choose 2 at the regular 2 minutes then.
Okay,
Thank
the
you.
first speaker is Anna Molander.
Good evening, trustees and superintendent. My name is Anna Molander. I'm a parent of 3 children in the district and also a member and founding member of the Sac City Parents and Caregivers Union. I'm here tonight to thank you for hearing the over 1,200 families that ask for the return of 4th hour at school sites. It's a great victory for Sacramento's families, and I hope you'll join us in celebrating this achievement. But the work isn't done. This pandemic has shown us that childcare is incredibly precarious and broken in Sacramento. Today, Sac City Unified has $300 million in federal FEMA money it could use to build the physical plant for childcare at every school site in our district. We are working with families, business groups, and women's groups across Sacramento to ask you and every school district in Sacramento to pull down every cent of this $300 million in FEMA money that is time limited and needs to be spent so that families can get back to work and build a more family-friendly Sacramento. We need space for childcare on school sites. Everyone sits on wait lists for care in Sacramento. And now we have the money to build the infrastructure to make a fundamental change that impacts every employer and every family here. Please don't miss this opportunity to bring hope back to Sacramento as we begin to reopen. Please use this opportunity to pull down this FEMA money as soon as possible and build the infrastructure through portables or outdoor classrooms at every school site. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Molander. Next comment?
Our next live speaker is Nikki Milevsky.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Nikki Milevsky.
Did we lose her, Ms. Moretti? What?
Sorry, I thought I hit unmute. Good evening, members of the board. I'm Nikki Milevsky from Sacramento City Teachers Association, and I want to express my confusion and dismay. I've repeatedly seen this board take a position, vote, and give direction to your superintendent, only to see his staff go and do something very different from what we all witnessed you direct them to do. Let's just take a few recent examples. The Adult Ed Parent Participation Preschool Program, the Kit Carson IB program, and busing. I want to ask you, when I saw you all approve the fiscal recovery plan, did you know that you were voting to eliminate busing this year, just as students were returning to school? Were you approving the district staff sending out a letter on Friday the 16th, telling families that the buses they relied on were going to stop picking up their kids in less than a week? Because the letter the superintendent sent out to parents said the board decided to do that. And then there's Kit Carson. On February 4th, I witnessed this board specifically vote not to cut 5 positions or teachers at Kit Carson, but your staff cut them anyway, and teachers were laid off. And then there's the Parent Participation Preschool Program in Adult Ed. It was specifically noted on the slideshow your staff presented to you about the fiscal recovery plan on February 4th. It said, amount does not include the preschool parent participation program in adult ed because effectively 7/1/20, a contribution to the PPPP is not budgeted as this program is self-sustaining. But your staff continued to lay off all of the teachers in the program anyway. And as of today, HR would not confirm that the district, that a district admin told parents and teachers that the program will continue next year. The longer you keep this information out there that you're going to cut these programs, you're destroying these programs. And I heard you distinctly tell your staff not to do this.
Thank you, Ms. Milevsky. All right. We don't have any other public comments, Ms. Moretti?
Yes, we do now. Angie Sutherland.
How many public comments do we currently have?
We have Angie Sutherland who is sharing time with 8 parents. And we have, in addition to her, 1 other speaker.
Okay.
So our next speaker is Angie Sutherland, and will we be giving her 2 minutes for herself and the other 8 parents she is sharing time with?
Ms. Sutherland, are you online?
Yes.
Do you need the total 16 minutes?
I don't think I need 16 minutes, but I definitely need at least 3 minutes or maybe 4 minutes.
Perfect. Go right ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Board President Pritchett, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar. We are parents who have been appointed by board members in each trustee area. We take seriously our charge to advise you on current educational services and those actions the board can take to implement the district's stated goals. In recognition of an educational system that is, in the superintendent's words, inequitable by design, the district's stated goal is to diligently work to confront and interrupt inequities that exist to level the playing field and provide opportunities for everyone to learn, grow, and reach their greatness. The ongoing pandemic has resulted in the district being allocated more than $300 million in federal and state COVID-19 relief funding. Much early COVID-19 relief funding has already been spent to ensure that our schools are safe for returning staff and students. We are aware of many ongoing needs for resources from all stakeholders of the district. However, we are concerned that this district has a history of not making students the priority when responding to demands of stakeholders. In the spirit of confronting and disrupting inequities, the undersigned asks the board to challenge the status quo process and assert its its power to spend the remaining one-time money wisely, including by redressing learning loss during the academic year and expanding summer programs in order to benefit the students of our district. We implore the board to focus available federal and state money on underserved and underperforming students, students with disabilities, English learners, African American students, foster youth, homeless youth, and other student groups with gaps in outcomes in ways that can significantly narrow those gaps and position all SCUSD students for success. Specifically, we urge you to review the upcoming recommendations from established stakeholder groups for the triennial local control and accountability plan update, as well as the revised special education local plan area plan, and thereby make spending decisions based on actions with proven returns on investment for kids. The current moment provides an opportunity to put your money where your mouth is, as the saying goes. Take bolder action to focus on the students and begin to level the playing field for all students in SCUSD. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of our request. Respectfully, Allison Alexander, Gwynnie Bird, Allison French Tubo, Scott Graves, Catherine Horiuchi, Maria Mar Rodriguez, myself, Angela Sutherland, Rich Vasquez, and Renee Webster Hawkins, and Katie Smith. And we are all parents of kids in our district, as well as LCAP PAC members. Speaking as parents, thank you very much.
Thank you, Angie. We're looking forward to seeing it. Next speaker, Ms. Moretti. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent and Board. This is Sarah Williams Kingsley, and I wanted to make a public comment about the unfortunate lack of transparency in terms of SIPSA's, the school site plans for student achievement, as well as other public documents that should be on district and school site websites. Some of you got an email from me recently. I was looking for the SIPSA for my son's school on a weekend after my work hours during my free family time, and the document was nowhere to be found on the website. And I think, I attempted to find it in numerous locations and it was not there. It might be there now. The meetings for the school site councils were not posted. The membership was not posted. And unfortunately, this isn't an uncommon occurrence across our district. These documents, which are supposed to be part of the oversight process that's mandated by the state for each school site and for the district, are supposed to be publicly posted, and they are not. And I've raised this issue numerous times, and I'm exhausted by the effort that I have to go through to track down these public documents that are the roadmap for parent participation and local control in our district. And they shouldn't be this hard to find. And given how many warnings you've had about the lack of availability of these documents, I'm deeply frustrated that this hasn't been fixed. It shouldn't be hard. Other districts do it easily. I very quickly and readily found the documents for a high school in the Thomas that my son doesn't even attend, that listed all of the members of their school site council, all of their agendas, all of their meetings, all the actions they took. And it's virtually impossible to find that information for any of the schools I've looked at in Sac City. Fix it. Otherwise, you'll be getting another complaint.
Thank you, Ms.
Exhausting.
Williams. Thank you. That's our last public comment. Ms. Moretti? Okay, item 8.0, special presentations. Item 8.1, are we doing all three at the same time or one by one, Superintendent? We have a resolution 31.
Sorry, President Pritchett, we are combining them.
Oh, okay, so we're doing resolutions number 3191, 3198, and 3192, which are School Library Month, National School Bus Driver Day, and National Assistant Principals Week. Hi. Nice to see you. Board President and board members. Tiffany Smith-Simmons, HR Director, and I'm thrilled to show you this leader express how full their hearts were today, and their expressions echoed that of their colleagues at our sites that have been welcoming students back since April 8th. That said, I have the pleasure tonight to highlight some of our superstars that worked tirelessly to ensure that our students were able to return to sites to continue their journey of learning and growing. Tonight, we are here to thank our bus drivers, our school librarians, as well as our assistant principals. Next slide. Our library and textbook services serve our 76 schools and manage our professional library here at Sun Center. Next slide. Our Kit Carson International Academy Library hosts fun activities highlighted here, and on the next slide, there's some serious learning and engaging experience as well. The next few slides highlight the wonderful opportunities at some of our libraries around the district. You'll see here one school celebrated an exciting accomplishment of reading 600,000 pages read in over 12,000 books that circulated with their students. Next slide. Libraries also help connect communities. Next slide. We even saw adjustments this past year to ensure our students and families remain connected to our amazing libraries. Next slide. Next week is National Day of the School Bus Driver. These next slides illustrate how our school buses have evolved over the years. Here's one of our first school buses. Next slide. Our transportation department works daily to ensure our students are safely transported to schools. Next slide. This bus driver, and this photo taken in 1963, highlights Mr. Robert Hill. Might sound a lot like Mr. Ron Hill. Mr. Robert Hill served our school district for 47 years as both a bus driver supervisor as well as a bus driver. Next slide. And finally, tonight we would like to recognize our assistant principals. They stand with our principals each and every day, supporting our students as they continue to learn and grow. Next slide. Assistant Principal Week is celebrated every April to recognize the significant role our assistant principals play in the overall academic achievement of our students. I would like to take a note here and just highlight for you some of the photos that we are sharing tonight were taken prior to the pandemic. Next slide. We are grateful for our pivotal role our assistant principals play in supporting the instructional programs at our school sites. They not only support the teachers, but are very often the place our students retreat to when they have something on their mind or need to process something. As the previous slide suggests, our assistant principals are heroes. Finally, I would like to end this evening's recognition by sharing words of gratitude from our community. Please play the video.
Good evening. I want to take the time and thank all of you for helping us to take care of our children and families as we return some of our students back to in-person instruction. We truly cannot do what we do without your support. Thank you so much.
On behalf of UPE, a huge thank you and shout out to all our assistant principals, bus drivers, and librarians. We could not do it without you. Thank you so much for your service.
Hello from the Success Team. We just wanted to say thank you for everything people have done to help make students learn and to help students get food and get where they need to get during this pandemic. We wanted to represent, and just words alone are not enough to say how much we appreciate everything everybody does. So a great big hug and thank you from Success to all of you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, from Johnson High School, we'd like to thank our librarian Gary Briscoe and our two outstanding assistant principals, Lily Liam Tongsma and Jill Tom. Gary has been checking out technology and Chromebooks and all the necessary materials for students and teachers to get through distance learning, and Jill Tom and Lily Liam Tongsma have been working tirelessly to enable teachers and staff to be more effective with our students. We would not be close to where we are without them, so thank you so much to Gary, Lily, and Jill from the Johnson community. Thank you so much.
Hey, just want to give a shout out to Assistant Principal Africa Williams here at Leotata Floyd.
Thank you, Miss Wilson, for being a good principal. Hey, Miss Wilson, I just wanted to say thank you for being a great, what are you again? A principal, sorry. And being great in the school, but don't get mad at me, but I'm wearing a blue shirt. I want you to get the ice bucket, because Mr. Wedge already got one. Okay, bye.
Hello, my name is Paige Maines, and I'm a speech therapist at Oak Ridge Elementary School. I'm here today to do a shout out for Tiffany Wilson, the assistant principal at Oak Ridge Elementary School. Tiffany Wilson, you are the best. You're smart. You're available. You're kind. You're present. Did I say you're smart? I hope you feel appreciated. I hope you feel hugged. I hope you feel proud of yourself, because you're one in a million. And I definitely want to say thank you. Good job. And I hope we work together for a long, long time. I really like you. I really appreciate you. Hug, hug, hug on you. And the families like you. The families really like you. Okay, talk to you later.
Tiffany, you're so smart. I wish I was as smart as you. Tiffany, thank you for all your support over the past couple years, all your words of encouragement. Appreciate you, and much love to you. You're amazing. We love you. I say it every year. You are Superwoman. You're the best. Thank you for everything you do. Tiffany, you're amazing. Thank you for everything you do. Hi, Tiffany. Thanks for all you do. The best AP. Hi, Tiffany. Thanks so much for everything you do. You're amazing. Thank you, Tiffany. We love you. Thank you for everything. Thanks, Tim, for everything you do and for being so easy to approach. Tiffany, thank you for all your help with curriculum planning. We love you. Tiffany, thank you for everything you do for our community and for our teachers. Thank you.
Tiffany, thank you for your patience and also for answering emails like super late at night when they're urgent. Appreciate it.
I don't know where our school would be without you. Thank you. Tiffany, you're the best. I love you. Thank you, Tiffany, for all the love and support. Thank you for your help as a new teacher with assessments and everything.
You're a superhero. I love you. Thank you. You're the best.
Thank you to our bus drivers who set a positive tone for our students each and every day. Thank you to our librarians who spread their love of reading and joy in books with students. And thank you to Dr. Bridges, who is an amazing vice principal, very positive, very supportive. I love working with her. She's an amazing educator.
I want to recognize and thank Dr. Karen Bridges, Pacific Elementary's Assistant Principal, Site Instructional Coordinator. Dr. Bridges makes sure that Pacific Puma scholars are safe at school every day. along with ensuring that they have all the materials that they need to learn. And our teachers have all the materials they need to provide instruction. It is wonderful knowing that we have a leader on our campus that supports us to ensure that we are achieving at high levels. Thank you so much, Dr. Bridges.
Hello, I'm Crystal Andrews, principal at Parkway Elementary, and I just wanted to give a huge shout out to our assistant principal, Mr. Dennis Keene. He's been a great addition to the Parkway family. He's always available to support not only me, but our staff, our students, and our families, and I don't know how I could do this without Mr. Keene's support. So thank you, Mr. Keene. We appreciate you, we honor you, and we're so glad that you're part of our team. Hashtag Parkway Proud.
Thank you very much. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for that presentation. We don't have any public comment for this presentation, but thank you to all of our hardworking staff at SUSD. Our kids are our number one priority. I know that's exactly where you all stand. And thank you so much for your commitment to our school district. We have all three resolutions. We can vote on them all together. So we'll be voting on resolution 3191. 3198 and 3192. Thank you. I got a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. And please let them know we missed them all. We're happy to see them all back. All right. Item 8.2, Independent Audit Report for fiscal year ended in June 30th, 2020, submitted by Crow LLP. Ms. Ramos.
Yes, good evening, President Pritchett and board members and superintendent and members of the public. Tonight I'll be introducing Jeff Jensen, our auditor from Crow. He will give you a brief overview on the audit for the year ended June 30th, 2020. Jeff?
Great, thank you, Rose. Again, I'm Jeff Jensen. I'm a partner with Crow, and it's my privilege to present a summary presentation here on the audit results for the year ended June 30th, 2020. Next slide, please. I know some of you on the board are new, and so maybe this is your first audit you're receiving here as part of the annual audit report, process. So I just want to give a quick background on who Crow is and who I am as an auditor. Crow is actually a national, international accounting firm. We're the 9th largest firm in the country. We've been doing school district audits for a really long time, and we audit some of the largest in the state, including your district, and we audit 3 of the top 5 largest districts in California and 7 of the top 20. So definitely work with a lot of different districts and different scopes and sizes. And just to affirm for you, you've hired us to be your independent auditors, and so we are independent of the school district. Next slide. This is my first year leading your audit. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, but this is my first year working with Sacramento City Unified. So I'm ultimately the one that signed the audit opinion to conclude this audit. I do have 2 other partners that work with me to ensure that our team is doing a quality audit and complying with all the applicable requirements that are out there. And the people that really do heavy lifting are Elizabeth Sov, Tim Knupp, and Garen McKay, who are the audit team that works with me and works with your district personnel in order to complete the annual audit. Next slide. All right, so now we give a little background on the audit process itself. So the responsibility is to, for your auditors, is to express an opinion on the financial statements as well as on federal compliance and on state compliance. So there's actually several different opinions that are part of this audited financial statement, and we'll cover what each of those opinions resulted in here in just a second. Ultimately, we break up our work into a couple different phases. It starts with evaluating the environment related to the district, understanding your internal controls, what sort of risks that may exist relate to the audit, and then responding with specific procedures in order to complete our work and to gain enough audit evidence in order to be able to render an opinion on your financial statements themselves. And so for this year, the audit phases, we started our work actually with planning in October. We did the second phase, or really the bulk of the work was really done and over several weeks in January, and then the reporting process to complete it was completed in the February and March timeframe. Next slide. As far as new accounting pronouncements this year, there was one thing that you could say maybe went right with 2020 here, as far as GASB, who's the authoritative body of the Governmental Accounting Standards Board that issues new accounting guidance. There was supposed to be a new implementation this year, and they deferred it for 1 year. So that was a bit of good news for everyone, was that GASB 84 regarding fiduciary activities will actually not apply until fiscal year 21. And GASB 87, which is really the next big accounting standard that will have an effect on your financial position, will be in fiscal 22 now instead. So next slide. As it relates to audit adjustments and uncorrected misstatements, it's important to bring back to the board how the numbers that were presented to us are ultimately coming back to you tonight with our opinion on it. There was one correction that was made this year, and really was not really a mistake that was made by district personnel, but actually something that was booked incorrectly by the Sacramento County Treasurer as a result of your bond issuance for in the last year. And so we did have to correct that balance there, and it was about just under $11 million in Fund 51 in your bond interest and redemption fund. And then uncorrected misstatements. These are the smaller differences that as we go through the audit, we track them to make sure they don't aggregate into a material number, and we didn't have any of those adjustments to bring to your attention. Next slide. And so some of the other communications that we're required to put in front of you as your auditors is to let you know that we didn't experience any difficulties encountered in dealing with management. We didn't have any disagreements. We're not aware of them consulting with other accountants. So this is if they disagreed with something that we had talked about and tried to pit us against a competitor or something. We'd want to bring that to your attention. And we had no significant or adverse events that required any sort of early attention by you or a subcommittee of the board there ahead of doing this presentation. So everything went very smoothly as far as the audit was concerned. So as I mentioned, there are several opinions that are part of your financial statements, and so I'll cover the results of those right here. The first is on your financial statements. The district received an unmodified opinion, which is the type of opinion you want on your financial statements. It means your financial statements are free of material misstatement and comply with all the applicable accounting pronouncements. We did have a couple of internal control comments, and I will cover these in more detail in a later slide here. Next was on federal compliance. For the year ended June 30th, 2020, the district received an unmodified opinion regarding federal compliance. So again, we have no federal compliance findings. In the current year, the district, we audited the National School Lunch Program as part of the federal audit for this year. Lastly, we had the state compliance opinion, and this year the district received a qualified opinion regarding state compliance. We did have one finding as it related to comprehensive school safety plans. And again, I can cover that. I have a slide here on our comments and recommendations here in just a second. Next slide. So here we go. So we had a couple of comments here this year. It related to internal controls. The first one was the reconciliation for cash and county treasury. This is something that as we were doing our internal control work, the district was relying on the County Office of Education to perform these reconciliations, and really they should also be prepared and reviewed by the district staff. And so that was something that, as I'm aware, the district staff has already re-implemented and is doing. And the second comment here is kind of a cleanup comment, if you will. What we found was in the accounting department, there are 3 folks that actually have the ability to prepare and post journal entries. And while we didn't find any evidence of any concerns really that came out of that, a best practice from an internal control perspective would be to have someone that's independent of the preparation of those entries to review those entries to ensure that someone doesn't post something that they shouldn't essentially into your financial system without others being aware of that. And then under state compliance, as I mentioned, there was one finding related to comprehensive school safety plans. And essentially, the school safety plans for all of your sites were ultimately reviewed and approved, but the state is required that those are done by March 1st, and that date was not met. So there's actually no fiscal impact to this finding, but it is required to be reported. So to wrap up my comments, again, your financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects. We had no federal findings this year. And, management did a great job of being prepared for us and allowed us to be able to complete our work timely and ultimately be able to meet this year. The deadline for the state controller's office for all districts was March 31st, and the district's audit was submitted prior to that due date. So your audit report was submitted on time, which is always good news to report to. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I believe we have one live comment.
We do. We have a live comment from David Fisher.
Good evening. My name is David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. Last month, by a vote of 4-3, the Sacramento City Unified School Board rejected the recommendation of Superintendent Aguilar, Chief Business Officer Rolf Ramos, and Sacramento County Office of Education Superintendent Dave Gordon to certify the second interim budget as negative. The independent audit report confirms the correctness of that decision. According to the audit, the district ended 2019-20 with a $21.9 million surplus and a general reserve fund of $93 million, the highest in Sac City's history. This is after Aguilar, Ramos, and Gordon, all charged with providing fiscal oversight and accurate information to the board and to the public, repeatedly asserted Sac City was on the verge of imminent fiscal insolvency. It is not and has never been. Last month, when the second interim budget was presented, Aguilar, Ramos, and Gordon all recommended a negative budget certification, even though the district's budget met the standard for a positive certification. The standard for a positive certification is when a district projects its own budget that it can meet a minimum reserve fund balance in the current fiscal year and the subsequent 2 years, which your own projections show the district will easily meet. So what does the independent audit say on this matter? You can find it on page 15. Quote, the district's 2020-21 second interim multi-year projections indicate that the district may be able to meet its financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent years, end quote. The numbers are clear, and we appreciate that a majority of the school board simply doing the math. But to the superintendent, chief business officer Ramos, Superintendent Gordon, and 3 board members who supported their recommendation, what benefits do you continually mislead the public by falsely claiming the district's finances are worse than they actually are? Whose interests are you serving by perpetuating this false narrative? We'd love to hear your response. Thank you.
All right, that was our only live comment. Board members, you have a paper right in front of you. If you'd like to speak, please just raise this up. Easy for me to see you all. We'll start with board discussion. And if you would like to start, Member Morosky.
Thank you. Just really quickly, just wanted to give staff an opportunity to address the findings. I think one of the findings, it sounds like, has already been, or the recommendations has already been implemented, and ask staff to address the others. I saw that there's a process in place in the audit that the district would respond to both of the remaining items, but I wanted to ask, has that already been done, or would it be appropriate to have an update maybe in 3 months to track compliance? Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Member Morowski. I will ask Jesse Castillo and Karen Weicker to speak on what we've done to address the findings briefly. They can just let you know that we've already implemented some corrections. Jesse and Karen.
Good evening, Member Morowski. Thank you. So to address the findings for the first recasting county reconciliations, previously what was occurring was Sacramento County Office of Education was doing a reconciliation, and then we had one of our internal staff do a reconciliation, but did not have a second staff member sign off and review on that reconciliation. And so we've implemented a process where we do have that second level of review on that reconciliation internally. And for the second item for the journal entry postings, as Jeff mentioned, we did have 3 staff with the ability to directly post a journal entry. And so what we're doing right now is working with tech services to see, to see what automation and controls we can add into Escape in order to be able to have one member submit it and then another member review and approve it. Thank you.
Did that answer your question, Member Morales?
Yes, I think the final thing was on the school safety plans, but if you could just let me know on both of those, if you can just maybe send a communication to the board to let us know when those are completed, I would appreciate that. Thank you. And congratulations. I feel like this is a very clean audit with a couple of minor findings. So appreciate staff's hard work always. Thank you.
Excuse me, I can, this is Karen Weicker, the district's internal auditor. I can respond regarding the school safety plan. So that was communicated that they were actually submitted in. It was just after the March 1st deadline. But for our March 1st deadline 2021 for the current fiscal year, we followed the appropriate process of communicating out to the state for any of the schools that were unable to have the completion by the March 1st for the extension timeline on that. So we're good to go for this year also.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you. Is this on? Yes. I had a question about there's a figure on page 4 on enrollment compared to average ADA. And the projected enrollment for 2020-21 compared to 2021-22. I mean, there's a big difference there in terms of net enrollment. I mean, there's an increase from one year to another of almost a little bit over 1,100 students, which is unusual because we're a declining enrollment district. And then I also wanted to understand why the ADA is the same number from one year to another.
I'm going to have to let district staff answer that question because it's their projections here for next year's enrollment in ADA there.
Thank you.
Member Garcia, this is Rose. Let me look at this document and see, the staff that prepared it isn't with us this evening, so I could, provide you with an appropriate answer. I could just get back to you on that one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any other board comments? Okay. With that, the only comment I have is to SCTA's comment. I was one of the board members who voted to approve the staff's recommendation. I still stand by my vote to this day. And if you have not seen, we also received a notice from SCOE changing our status to negative. And if you're asking me who I'm serving every single person who sits on this board. I hope that we're all serving our children. 8. I'm sorry. This is actually just an informational item. So we will move on. Item 8.3, approve resolution 3196, committing to returning students to in-person instruction by the first day of school year 2021 to 22 and mitigating learning loss. Student member Shake?
Do we want to take public comments first?
Can we take public comment first, Ms. Collins?
Is there a presentation that you'd like to give first?
Okay, I can give my presentation.
And public comment.
Got it. Okay. I just have some quick remarks. Gosh, this is a lot of fun to write, but it was also quite frustrating because I shouldn't have had to write it. This should be a no-brainer. Schools will be open for 5 days in the fall. And if they're not, it'll be a generationally historic mistake. With that being said, the governor's office recently put out a statement saying the California Education Code dictates that schools must be in person 180 days a year. Because of COVID-19, the legislature sort of waived that for a year. And that expires over the summer. So legally, with regards to Ed Code, we might not have an option to not be back in 5 days. So really the purpose of this resolution, I had remarks that I gave in my report 2 weeks ago, which were completely unaired and not in the YouTube video because of technical difficulties. So apologies to everyone who I'm taking by surprise. But the purpose of this resolution today is to sort of assure our students and families that this board recognizes the need to come back for 5 days in the fall, and that we will do everything we can to make that happen. When we went into distance learning back in March and April of 2020, this was an emergency, right? We had to throw everything together in a second. Chief Academic Officer Christine Bieta called it emergency learning. This was thrown together over the summer between June 2020 and September 2020. There was an opportunity to sort of take a step back, revisit some of the shortcomings, and build a better plan. And I think some of that was achieved. But as Vincent Harris presented at my very first board meeting, distance learning will never and has never been a replacement for full-on in-person learning. And so with that, you know, as I understand that this resolution is sort of on the policy level, maybe not entirely necessary. Member Morawski will sort of bring up some important points about how there's nothing stopping us. It's just, we live in a district where parents and students do not know what's happening tomorrow. You know, conversations are happening about Puff the Magic Dragon and skits being made about school mascots, as opposed to sort of how we can spend as much time in the classroom. So with some thanks to Ann Collins and Moretti and Christine Bieta, I would just like to go through some of the whereas and resolve clauses. Whereas students have shown incredible resilience in the face of historic circumstances, educators and staff have put in tireless work to teach in unprecedented ways, and families have juggled simultaneously working in a pandemic while supporting their students' distance learning. Whereas a recent study by Policy Analysis for California Education, PACE, found that there has been significant learning loss in both English, language arts, and math, with students in earlier grades most effective, and that certain student groups, especially low-income students, 70% of our students in Sac City, and English language learners, 20% of our students, are falling behind more compared to others. Whereas our attendance and engagement team has consistently reviewed data on student attendance and engagement, finding that 18% of students were chronically absent this year, 17.9. Whereas in the year 2020, hundreds more children in California died from suicide than the virus. I mean, just take a step back. That number, it astounds me every time I say it and every time I write it, because this is a virus that has shaped everything for the past year and a half. It's an incredibly scary thing, and yet we've seen so many more kids die from suicide. It's an incredible tragedy and an incredible disappointment that we've allowed this to happen on our watch. Whereas the district itself has supported 1,048 students and families with 1,903 mental health referrals to support their social and emotional well-being during distance learning. There's some whereas clauses about how the CDC says that there's no reason we shouldn't have in-person school, and a whereas clause reviewing that PBK Architects has certified our facilities as mostly ready. Whereas Doctors Tara Henderson, Monica Gandhi, Tracy Beth Hogue, and Daniel Johnson, upon whose research the CDC guidelines were based, wrote that, quote, keeping schools closed or even partially closed based on what we know now is unwarranted, is harming children, and has become a human rights issue. A human rights issue. With all that said, June 15th, the governor has announced that we'll be fully reopening. You know, the color tiers that we've memorized here at the district will sort of be phasing out. As vaccinations increase, you know, the district has been providing vaccinations. There's a clinic tomorrow. Everyone can walk up. There's no appointments needed. 16 and up, Pfizer, first dose. Just a little plug. We had a great time at the vaccination clinic at Burbank last week, I would just say, and I think with that quick shift from Johnson & Johnson to Pfizer, just a huge round of applause for district staff and the county and Aquavax who threw that on, and I was there all day. It was fantastic. Just fantastic seeing people so happy to get their dose of freedom. Anyways, with that tangent through, with the resolved clauses, we have a couple of clauses. The board commits to working with staff and labor partners as needed to ensure that all district students will be able to return to full-time in-person instruction on the first day of the 2021-22 academic calendar. In addition, the board instructs staff to expand in-person learning time and opportunities to the pre-pandemic model before the end of the 2020-21 school year, where and when it is possible. And so I just want to thank the superintendent and staff for already sort of working on this, whether it's trying to get us caught up with the science on 3 feet. I know Mr. Bosey is going to present on that right afterwards. Or sort of touching on the idea of collapsing cohorts where students who are in person 2 days might be able to go 4 days if there are enough empty seats in the room. So I'm glad to see that already happening. I want to see that continue, and I'm sure it will. That upon return in the fall of the 2021-22 academic calendar, students should have access to as many career and extracurricular programs as health and safety guidelines allow. I attend the Met. Students want internships back. And so as many things as we can do normally, we're hoping for, and we want our fingers crossed, and the board should commit to doing. And that throughout summer programs, expanded learning opportunities, regular learning, the district will be supporting the social, emotional, and mental health needs of our system while ensuring a rigorous academic program, as well as continuing to keep a laser focus on mitigating the learning loss steepened by distance learning throughout the next school year and perhaps afterwards. There are certain folks who don't like the term learning loss for God knows what reason. You'll hear people throughout the terms learning change. We need to understand this is learning loss across the board, and especially for the groups we need to focus on the most. And so with that, I went to school today, and it was great to see those teachers that I'd been waiting to see for months on end. But I had 2 people in my first period, I had 2 people in my second period, and I had like 5 people, better amount in my third period. But the way that we are currently doing our hybrid model is preventing a lot of folks from making the decision to do something they want to. And so that's just something I want to underscore as we go into board discussion. And I think that's my piece.
Phenomenal. All right, we actually have 11 live public comments, and we will take all 11 comments.
President Pritchett, can I just interject?
Yeah.
I want to make sure that everybody knows that we are aware of an echo that apparently is making it difficult for our public to listen to the live streaming website. And our team is trying to figure out how to resolve that. We may have to take a short break to see if maybe rebooting things. Our challenge is that we can do away with the echo in the live stream portion, but everyone on Zoom is unable to hear the discussion taking place. Or vice versa, we can keep the echo and continue the Zoom. So we're going to be looking at how many people are on Zoom. If it's our staff only, we can maybe communicate via text as people need to log on to make presentations and such. But our team is aware.
We take a 5-minute recess now to shut down and restart?
I think we should finish this agenda item.
Okay, I want to make sure that people are hearing this, so.
Got it. Mr. Flores, do you think that would be?
A 5-minute recess to shut down? Will you need more than 5?
They're saying maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
10 to 15 minutes? Student member Sheikh, this is your presentation.
I am getting text saying the echo is so bad. We're fine with that. Let's go.
We'll go on the recess?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a 15-minute recess. Hopefully we come back sooner. Okay, we are reconvening. Ms. Collins? Is your microphone on?
Thank you, President Pritchett. During the technical break, the board reconvened in closed session, and there are no announcements coming out of closed session.
Thank you. All right, and I believe we'll get right to our 11 live comments. Ms. Moretti?
Yes, our first public comment is from Alistair Dawson.
Hello, board. Thank you very much indeed for hearing me today. I'm Alistair, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on this really important resolution, eloquently presented there by Isa. Thank you so much for that presentation. Firstly, brilliant work getting the kids back. It's a thank you to everybody, thank you to the board and everybody, the teachers who have put in huge amounts of hard work. We must maintain that momentum. The strain that 3 hours, 2 days a week puts on our family is quite challenging, but it's manageable. For others, it is going to be acutely challenging. And so we must do more. I, as you might have guessed from my accent, not from here, I'm from the UK. My siblings' families have been back at school in person 5 days a week since the beginning of March. They are working together to get kids and teachers back into full-time education safely. And so the best thing is that we've got about 3 months of data that we're going to get and science and evidence to be able to get our kids here in Sacramento back to school full-time on the first day of the full term. So I think I'm confident that we can work together and get them back. I urge us all to support this resolution. It is fundamentally important to our economy, our families, and our children. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next comment?
Yes, our next speaker is Angie Sutherland.
Hello, Angie.
Hello. Sorry, I didn't have a comment on this.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice to hear from you, though. Next comment, Ms. Moody?
Our next comment is from David Fisher.
Hi again, David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. Just 4 short months away, our 21-22 school year is scheduled to begin. We certainly hope that we're able to open the new school year as close to possible, a traditional in-person instructional model as possible, as safely as possible. But we even hope that it will be better than before this terrible pandemic. The $313 million COVID money the district has gives us a unique opportunity to work together and implement significant improvements to services provided to our students, including but not limited to a robust MTSS program, restorative practices, lower class sizes, more school nurses, psychologists, other mental health supports, and other major improvements to our campus's physical and structural properties. To be successful, however, the superintendent's going to have to depart from the top-down administrative approach that has been adversarial to labor relations. Both the recommendations were part of the report of the California Collaborative on Educational Excellence that for some reason has not been agendized for the school board to discuss publicly its findings. While we were hopeful that we had turned a new page based on our reopening negotiations with the district, our concerns reemerged when the superintendent immediately tried to renegotiate the safety standards that were codified in our agreement. And then, even more problematically, allowed negotiations with SEIU to get to the brink of a strike. However, once again, we have a great opportunity and an ability to significantly improve our relationship going forward with our discussion about how to successfully reopen schools to in-person learning in the fall. And that can be a basis for that great improvement. SCTA and SEIU together have the strongest relationship we have ever had in our history. We hope this board will choose to build on our recent success and direct the superintendent to work with us to make significant improvements in our district. We have what may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make major improvements in our district. To coin a phrase you may have heard recently, it's time to build back better.
Thank you. Ms. Moretti, next comment?
The next speaker is Gwen Spann.
Board for the opportunity to speak once again at this meeting. I'm the mother to 3 children in the district, 1 in high school and 2 in elementary. having my children as a family have heard or have had in a long time. I want to thank the board, superintendent, teachers, and staff who have made this happen. It was not easy, but we did it, and our children are the better for it. Clearly, though, the work is not done, and I certainly recognize that. I hope to see my children in school 5 days a week and for more hours a day at some point this school year. But mostly, I want to see them back full-time and for full days in the fall. Now is the time to commit to this and to start planning and negotiating to make it happen. I recognize that there will likely be families who do not want to send their kids back to school in the fall. For them, I hope that the district can find a distance learning solution that is workable and fair, because we have seen that the hybrid model is not. While working, it is not working well, and I argue not fair for the students and the teachers. I urge you to find a solution that will get kids who want to be back into the classroom fully into the classroom, even if it means spinning up a virtual academy like other nearby districts. You are professionals trained in this space, and this is your job to find solutions that will provide students with a relevant, rigorous, and well-rounded curriculum, with the expectation that all will be well prepared for a career and post-secondary education. I urge you to vote in the affirmative on this resolution and commit to having our children in the classroom 5 full days a week in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marty, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ingrid Hutchins.
Good evening. I'm excited to see that we're discussing this next school year. To do it safely, it will need a tremendous amount of planning. While COVID is on the decline in California, we must remember that it's a virus that even the scientific community acknowledges it knows very little about. I hope all planning is based on the fact that COVID-19 has not been eradicated and we do not have herd immunity, so we must do everything in our power to keep our community safe. Our plans should be innovative and need to include a virtual academy for students who wish to remain off campus, as well as smaller class sizes for those who return to our classrooms. Mitigating learning loss is a term that preceded COVID. We must avoid the lure of looking at old research regarding it during these discussions. Our students are living through a global pandemic while simultaneously being raised in a country that has had frequent episodes of tragic violence, most of it racially based. They return to us as traumatized children. Our students will need a more nurturing approach than the traditional assessment-laden factory model of education. We need to create learning environments that meet our students where they are now and allow our teachers to provide them with what they need most, SEL support and educational experiences based on how children learn best, not what publishers sell us or lobbyists promote. Any conversation regarding the education of students must include teachers, not as an afterthought or in terms of PD, but in every step of planning. It's irresponsible to have these decisions made only by those who have little to no experience or only pre-pandemic experience in the classroom. Theory is no replacement for experience. The world has changed and we must change with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, Ms. Marty.
Our next speaker is Jessie Goop.
Good evening. I'm calling this evening to express appreciation and relief that some of our students have been able to return to the classroom. This year has presented challenges that have stretched us all in so many ways, and we really have to continue to rise to meet the changing conditions and challenges and move towards better and more sustainable systems that support our kids and community. I'm calling to encourage the board and staff to approve this resolution and to continue working towards and commit to a 5-day-a-week in-person option at the start of the 21-22 school year. I think at the same time, we have to acknowledge and recognize the challenge of COVID-19 and that most children will not have had the option of a COVID-19 vaccination. And by extension, we will not have reached optimum herd immunity by the new school year. So we must be diligent in our planning for the best learning options for our students. I suggest the district consider an option of a virtual academy or something similar for students and families that need or choose to opt into a distance learning model. For the sake of the learning environment for all students, I encourage the district to move away from a concurrent or a room Zoom learning model. As we continue to combat the COVID-19 pandemic, We must follow the science around the safety of in-person learning and get as many kids back in the classroom as is possible and as the guidance shows can be done, and make that an option for as many students as possible. We must also be respectful of families that have many reasons for continuing distance learning. The district should be planning for these options now and should continue to update the district students and families regularly through transparent communications as to the progress of planning. I think it is reasonable to ask families to commit to either in-person learning or distance learning for a school year. We're all asked to make choices right now, and currently no choices come without some risk. The district should do the work to develop a reasonable system for families, communicate the options clearly and early, and give us a chance as families to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, Ms. Moretti?
Yes, our next speaker is John Myers.
Yeah, good evening, Superintendent and board members. I'm a parent of 3 Sac City students. This was a rough week or two for us parents, as SEIU and Sac City Teachers Association threatened to walk out on students and families. SEIU 1021 released a professionally made video exploiting a photo of an elementary school kid hugging her school mascot. Then SEIU 1021 planned a retaliatory COVID-19 vigil at the same school, because there was some word that some of those teachers at that school were going to cross picket lines. At least SEIU 1021 had the hindsight to remove the offensive video. This all followed Sac City teachers rejecting a district offer to meet on the topic of 3-foot classroom spacing, saying that, quote, 6 foot is greater than 3 foot, unquote. Perhaps, this is the most counterproductive response possible during such a critical time. While these two unions seem to be directing their petty maneuvers at the district, the target that is actually getting hit each time are the SCUSD students and families. Which leads to the next question. Who on this board is going to speak up and say enough is enough? Anybody? After months of bad behavior by labor and inaction by board members, tonight we thankfully have student board member Shake's resolution to commit to reopen full time, at least in the fall. But the fact that it had to be raised by a high school senior should make each of you question your role on this board. Sac City Unified is months behind neighboring districts getting kids back into the classroom. Each additional day brings has more kids losing ground to their peers. Each day has more families abandoning the district. Board members, it is long past time for you to speak loudly and act on behalf of the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, Ms. Moretti?
Yes, our next speaker is Karen Rice.
Good evening. I'm a parent of 2 elementary students enrolled in the district, and I'm a teacher employed outside of the district. I want to thank student member Sheik for proposing this resolution. It is refreshing to have someone finally propose a concrete date to get our students back to full in-person instruction. At this point in the school year, I have to say that as much as I want our students to be back to full-time learning, I've lost hope that it will happen. I've lost hope in the ability of our labor partners in this board and this district to put our students first. For most of this year, we've waited patiently. Families have operated under the assumption that all parties involved were waiting for the science to say when it would be safe to return to in-person learning. Well, the science finally says that it is, and we are, and yet here we are, where just about every other district around us is back to 4 or 5 days of in-person learning, but our children are back to a mere 6 hours a week. So it doesn't seem like all parties involved are really looking to the science. It doesn't seem like they are even thinking about the students. It seems like they're looking for something else and something more. And it feels like they are using our children as pawns to get it. It is a disgrace after 13 months of waiting and suffering that we still don't have a solid date to return. This district feels broken. As such, it has already lost many families to schools and districts that apparently are better equipped at recognizing and addressing the needs of their students. For the rest, we have to operate under the assumption that students will be back in the fall. It is how many of us have kept our sanity, but even that seems unlikely despite the governor's mandate. Without a commitment to a return to full in-person instruction for the fall, the uncertainty, frustration, and distrust with this district grows and more families will leave. Please give us some sense of certainty and hope. Restore some sort of faith in this district and vote to commit to a full return to in-person learning for the first day of instruction of the 21-22 school year, if not sooner. Our children and families need it. Our children and families deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, Ms. Marty?
Yes, our next speaker is Lisa Riley.
Ms. Riley, I believe you're on mute. Ms. Marty, maybe we can get back to Ms. Riley, and we can have the next comment.
Yes, our next speaker is Sarah Williams Kingsley.
Good evening, Superintendent and Board. I want to give kudos to Board Member Shake for raising this issue when no one else would, for always looking out for students, his fellow students, as he is one, when it feels like no one else is. I also want to say that, yes, we need to return in person to 5 days a week in the fall. Our students desperately need time with their peers and with their teachers. As the parent of a secondary student, my child is desperately hoping that he will have a vaccine before the school year starts. And I'm crossing my fingers that him and his peers who are older than 12 will have that, and that will allow them to return in a safer space. I also want to call out the comments from SETA's head, David Fisher, about the superintendent and wanting to improve that relationship. It honestly feels so two-faced and disingenuous to say you want an improved relationship to the public while at the same time bashing him every time you give a public comment. I also didn't hear from his comments anything that was student focused in their plans for the money that they say this district has. He should also read the very focused rules about the money that the district is sitting on that is related to the COVID pandemic. His list is the list that SCTA has had for years. We get it. You want more school nurses. And in this climate, no one's going to say no. But adding staff that we can't afford long-term is not the solution that is going to serve our students. And everybody getting their fingers in the pot of all this money before we have focused on what the students actually need is not student-focused. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, Ms. Marty?
Yes, our final comment is from Lisa Riley.
Hi there. Thank you very much for taking my comment. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I just, reiterating what a lot of the other folks have said, but felt it was important to, have my voice heard as well as those of the friends and families that I associate with. My daughter came home from school last Thursday, attending in person, with the biggest smile on her face, and said it was one of the best days of her life. And that's, certainly over the top for a fifth grader, but so heartfelt. It was such a wonderful experience to get back in person. And so I just want to support the commitment, and I'm asking the board to please push and commit to full in-person instruction in the fall. Find a way to get it on the agenda every single week. It is absolutely critical that our kids get back into school. As others have said, I would just reiterate, every other district is doing it. They've posted it. Natomas, as you know, just announced that there will be no distance learning option in the fall. Parents want to know, The sooner you tell parents what the options are for the fall, the more commitments we will get for kids to be returning to school in person. So I just urge you to please continue, and support this initiative, and let's get our kids back in school 5 days a week. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Marty, you said that was our final comment?
Yes, that was the final comment.
Thank you. I'll open it up for board discussion. All right. Member Garcia.
Yes, I'd like to thank Board Member Shake for, bringing this resolution, for doing all the research to make sure that we have a resolution that we can share with our community and let our community know that we are committed to returning to in-person instruction in the fall. And there is no question about that, so that they have certainty as they consider all their options. I know the concern about our district not returning to in-person instruction in the fall is real. I know I've talked to numerous parents that, they're 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They're ready to go. So this is really important, I think, to send this clear message to our community. I would like to add a couple of friendly additions to the language. I had the opportunity to do a little bit of research, and I did find the one resolution that was adopted by San Francisco Unified recently. I think as recently as April 6th. And I did want to sort of bring before the board language that I think would enhance the resolution that is before us. In the items of the to be resolved items, I do want to, on number 2, I do want to make sure that when we talk about return to full-time, we specify 5 days a week. I just think we need to underscore exactly what we mean. Several of our public commenters said those hand in hand, so I think that we can mirror that. I also want to, on number 3, the board instructs staff to expand in-person learning time / opportunities. I would like to add to at least the pre-pandemic day year. As other commenters shared, we need to have higher aspirations in terms of what we offer our students, because what we were offering pre-pandemic was not enough. We have resources now, so that our goal should be to add more supports for our students. And I also wanted to bring that in the context of the conversation at the state level, and with AB 86, where much of these dollars come from. There was also for the opportunity to talk about longer days, to talk about a longer academic year. So I'd like to have all of that on the table, because there are other opportunities to make sure that our kids have more. And then on number 5, through summer programs, expanded learning opportunities, along with regular learning, the district will be supporting the social, emotional, and mental health needs of our system while ensuring a rigorous academic program. I would like to add prioritizing the needs of, all the student groups that are outlined in AB 86, which are foster youth, homeless youth, students at risk of abuse and neglect. We also have low-income students, English language learners, and then some of our other, students of color. So, and then lastly, I would like to add additional language in recognizing that some of our families, for some of our students and families, distance learning has worked very well. So we do need to start thinking about a virtual learning academy, but one that is robust, academically rigorous, and that is in the best interest of the student. So I want to make sure that it's the best instructional model for the student, and that's why this is the best option for the student. So how we go about doing that, I just want to make sure that that is included in the resolution as well, because it's something that we'll continue to hear. And I'll go ahead and stop there. So once again, thank you very much.
All right, I was going to ask, before you make a motion, can we continue with the board comments? Okay, perfect. All right, because I think there might be Member Milevsky.
Thank you. And am I getting an echo? No? Okay. Okay, good. Thank you, Student Board Member Shake. I have to say how grateful I am for you. I feel like, so often you are the voice of the conscience on this board. And for some reason, I think even though many of us feel the same way, you articulate things in such a powerful way that it just cuts right to the heart of the matter. So I just want to appreciate your bringing this forward. I think I didn't even realize the extent to which the communication to our community is so critical at this moment. I never question whether, next school year should be full-time, 5 days a week. That's the default. That's what learning is. We had an exception made for distance learning for this COVID period. That exception has not been granted for next year at the state level. So it's fully my expectation, and has been all along, that we should be back full-time, 5 days a week. So, and I just appreciate you bringing this forward so we can formalize that. I think with that, I just wanted to add and also recommend one friendly amendment, and just pull it up. In recognizing that right now, this very moment, there is no public health reason that we are not back in school 5 days a week full time, just as before. Public health guidance and science has changed, as some of the commenters mentioned. And so I think it's important to just recognize that. So the language I would propose to add would be a whereas clause. And it would read, whereas according to local, state, and national public health authorities, there is currently no applicable public health order, guideline, or recommendation that would prevent a return to full-time, 5-day-a-week instruction for all Sacramento City Unified students. So with that, I just think it's important to recognize right now, there's no reason we can't, there's no public health reason that we can't get back in the classroom 5 days a week full-time, just as before. So with that, again, I just want to thank you for bringing this forward, and look forward to discussing that more in a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Milevsky. And I have a comment from Member Villa, who is not here tonight. She said, good evening, fellow board members and Superintendent Aguilar. I apologize for my absence tonight, especially when we are faced with so many important tasks. I want to express my deepest gratitude to Board Member Shake for bringing this resolution to us. Without a doubt, I vote yes to return to 5 days a week on campus for the 21-22 school year. All of the necessary safety protocols have been put in place, and I am confident that we will be ready. I can't wait to see all of our students back in the classroom with their peers and their teachers. I'm also looking forward to the action of collapsing cohorts. This is critical to ensure that schools that can move more children back into safety safely versus creating an extra burden for families, teachers, and staff. Again, thank you to the whole SUS team who show up every day to make our district strong and safe. And she'll see us on the 6th. That's what she said. And then I just have a quick comment. I think all of us are just so appreciative and awe of the work that you have done, Student Member Shake. I am in full support of this resolution. And, as I was listening to the public comments, I was writing down key words that were kind of ringing to me. And some of those words, unfortunately, were lost hope, broken, shame. And then I remembered April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. And those words are what some of our children are facing at home. And that reason, along with every other whereas in here, are the reasons why our kids need to be back into school. So student member Shake, did you want to take a minute to, I know we had some friendly amendments and we'd like to hear your take on them.
Sure. So I took notes during the amendments. Member Milevsky's amendment, I'm fully in support of. I think it's absolutely essential that we make it as clear as possible. We should be having 5 days today. This is not just about the fall. And that's why I think number 3 is so important, that we're instructing staff to expand opportunities as much this semester. Member Garcia's notes as well, emphasizing 5 days, I agree with. Opportunities at least to the pre-pandemic model. I think that's really important as well as sort of prioritizing the needs of students who are outlined in 8086. My question about the virtual learning model is if that's relevant to this resolution, perhaps. Member Garcia?
I would say that it is, because as we're planning for the next academic year, we want to make sure that all of our students return, and the vast majority, we want them to return in person as they should. But we will have those students and those families who want to stay in a virtual learning setting. So if we don't offer that as part of our instruction for next year, then they'll have to go somewhere else.
Got it. Could you suggest some verb, but what exactly are we looking at with language on virtual learning academy?
So we could say in-person instruction will remain the primary and majority offering of the district. Staff shall work or develop a virtual learning academy, I guess, instructional model that is, again, the goal here is that it's in the best interest of the student, this particular instructional model. And Superintendent, your...
Yeah, Member Garcia, I would offer just as feedback and recommendation for your discussion that we work on some language that balances both what you're bringing to the discussion, which is that there are, in some cases, situations where distance learning has worked very, very well for our students, with the fact that as we continue to see the needs of our students and families, that we also want to make sure that we're providing the highest quality of teaching in that platform. So perhaps you consider some language that allows us to continue to study how best to bring a virtual learning platform that contains elements that are important to us, both that, of course, the highest quality teaching is in place, that we have a system in which we can work with families to explore whether that might be or not be the best learning option for families. I do want to be mindful that what we don't want to do is maybe create a pathway that may not be the best based on our expertise, based on our staff's recommendation, so that there are discussions with families as well who we might still be concerned about whether we also think that might be the best learning platform for students as well. So maybe some language about coming back to the board with some models that are related to allowing students to stay in that virtual learning space.
That's fine for District 2, I guess, explore that particular model. Thank you.
Great. That satisfies me. I'm good with that. I just didn't want, this is a document full of commitments. And I just wanted to see with regards to staffing and with regards to how we plan the next semester that we're not sort of getting ourselves into a plan where Natomas, has done the work to sort of outline a plan. We can sort of look into that. I just don't want to commit to it right now. But thank you both for your amendments.
And Ms. Collins, I know you were over there keeping track of the amendments, so we're clear on what we are voting for. Can you restate the amendments?
Yes. So the resolution as amended will include a new whereas clause Whereas, according to local, state, and national public health authorities, there is currently no applicable public health order, guidelines, or recommendation that would prevent a return to full-time, 5-day-a-week instruction for all Sacramento City Unified students. The next amendment would be to number 2 under the resolution, that it's inserting 5 days a week after the clause full-time in-person instruction. The next change is to number 3, that the board instructs staff to expand in-person learning time opportunities to at least the pre-pandemic model, insertion of the words at least. The next change would be to item number 5. At the end of that section, including the clause prioritizing the needs of the student groups outlined in AB 1886. And then finally, and this is the part where Member Garcia, please correct me if I don't have this correct, but adding a new number 7, that staff shall work to develop a virtual learning academy. Actually, I believe it's staff will continue to study how best to bring a virtual learning platform that contains elements including the highest quality teaching and systems to work with families to explore their best learning options and return to the board with those options.
I think that works. The only correction I have is referencing AB 1886. It's AB 86.
AB 86.
Just to make sure we have the correct student subgroups. Thank you.
All right. Student Member Shake, you okay with those amendments?
I am.
Good.
I'm not making any amendments, friendly. I just want to make sure that in reading this, that we stay aware of our Black and brown students, our disabled students. I know that it says that we want to return to pre-pandemic. I just want us to be mindful of the pandemic before the pandemic. So, I mean, you know, pre-pandemic is not where we needed to be in terms of excellence. So, you know, I don't think there should be any changes to this. I think the way the changes are is fine, but I just want us to be a little more cognizant because it seems like there's a hole in this that's just missing some more of our disadvantaged students.
Right. Member Garcia.
And the goal with referencing the student subgroups in AB 86 is to fill that hole. Yeah.
Are there any other board comments? All right. Well, I will take a motion to approve resolution number 3196.
Moved.
All right, I have a motion, a second. Student preferential vote.
Let me think. Aye.
All right, and Superintendent, we need roll call.
Member Pritchett.
Aye, happily.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Yes.
Member Rhodes. Member Phillips.
Aye.
Fantastic, thank you. Thank you for your hard work on that, Student Member Shake. And to the staff that helped as well. Thank you. All right. We are at item 8.4, update on reopening MOUs and next steps. Mr. Bozio?
And President Pritchett, board members, I just want to introduce, this is a continuation of the discussion that came from the initial ratification of our MOU with SETA, a motion that was made to provide updates to the board on the meet and confer language. Mr. Bozio will be providing such update to you. This is the second update that we will be providing to the board, and we look forward to the board's discussion.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, President Pritchett, Board of Education, Superintendent Raul Bozio, in-house counsel. As the superintendent just stated, we're here to share with the board as they requested, as you requested, an update on the MOU and specifically on the question of, thank you, on the question of spacing between students And a quick review from what we shared in the update at the previous board meeting. And then we'll get on to some of the newer developments. As we previously shared, and you're aware, CDC, CDPH, SCDPH have all allowed now for 3 feet distancing between students in a classroom setting. And that is distinct from the guidance that still provides 6 feet spacing between adults and students, or when different activities are occurring, such as eating, etc. As you're also aware, our MOU with SETA and it does include some language around 6-foot spacing, hence why we're here to discuss this question of potential modification to 3 feet for spacing between students. Again, the MOU with SCTA provides that the district will comply with all the state and federal, local health and safety guidelines. The agreement also provides that any revisions or changes and updates to the health and safety guidelines, if any provision contained in this MOU conflicts with revised or updated guidelines, best practices, recommendations, and considerations from SCDPH or CDPH, the parties agree to meet and confer. So that process of meet and confer, as we shared the last board meeting, the district sent a letter to SCTA on March 31st, citing the updated guidance on the physical spacing between students in a classroom setting of at least 3 feet, and requested to meet and confer pursuant to the language of the MOU. April 5th, as again shared previously, SCTA declined to meet and confer, stating that the updated guidelines were not inconsistent with the agreement. And the district responded by letter of April 7, stating that indeed the guidance is inconsistent with provisions of the MOU, and that the parties understood that they would be able to discuss this topic and further revisit it. Keep moving through. The district cited language from CDE around the meaning of greatest extent possible and compliance with AB 86, and that guidance states that greatest extent possible with regard to offering in-person instruction means that students should be offered a full day, full week in-person instruction to its students when there is sufficient space, staffing, hygienic supplies, health and safety protocols, etc. And the district previously shared information about classroom capacity, which shows that almost all classrooms in the district can space desks 3 feet apart without exceeding the total student head counts. On the 9th, the district received a new communication from SCTA, where it stated that it would be open to having discussions with the district regarding possible modifications to the instructional model, the compositions of the cohorts, and even whether cohorting would have to continue once in-person instruction has been resumed, and we had a clear sense of how many students were returning for in-person instruction. Earlier this week, the district shared, in order to facilitate those discussions around next steps for bringing more students back for more in-person learning each day and week, the district provided SCTA with data gathered regarding the in-person attendance of cohorts A and B, grades TK through 3, for that first week of their return. Also included and shared with SCTA was additional information regarding spacing between students. And that data revealed that, again, from the attendance gathered TK through 3, cohorts A and B, the district's data showed that based on that attendance, there are 11 elementary schools which could have all of their class cohorts collapsed at a 6 feet spacing standard. However, there are also a number of other sites where all the class cohorts, say for a single grade level, could be collapsed to 6 feet, and hence would be able to be collapsed with only minor modifications to the student spacing standard. A similar analysis was shared with SCTA earlier today regarding attendance from cohorts A and B, grades 4 through 6, that indicate that 4 schools could have all cohorts in those grades completely collapsed into a single class group. Again, there are a number of other schools that are just over a few students in terms of those who've been returned and attending, over a few students who could fit within the 6 foot spacing. So with that, again, the district has offered to and proposed to meet with SCTA next week, and hopes that the parties will be meeting and discussing this matter further. And I can certainly take any questions from the board after public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Bozio. I believe we have 9 live public comments.
Yes. Our first speaker is Allison Jones. Oh, I'm sorry, it looks like they're no longer online. So our first speaker would be Angie Sutherland.
Hello. I just wanted to comment about these ongoing negotiations regarding instructional models. I don't understand why these items are being negotiated, other than work hours and working conditions, but not instructional programming. And so I just wish that SCTA would stop offering or saying that they need to negotiate possible modifications to instructional models, which it says on slide number 8. It's not appropriate, and it needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutherland. Next live comment, Ms. Murray.
Yes, our next speaker is Ingrid Hutchins.
Hello again. During the board meeting on April 8th, there was a discussion about surveying teachers regarding our experiences with our return to campus. Since I have not yet been surveyed, I'm coming to you directly to express my concerns. Although elementary schools opened to their youngest students on April 8th, we still don't have all the equipment we were assured we'd have. My site, as of today, still has not received our 2 portable CO2 monitors. They should have arrived no later than today. When facility staff came to complete their initial assessment of my classroom CO2 level, I informed the gentleman who came in that I was at half my capacity. I was with my smaller group. When I have my smaller group, I have 5 kids. When I have my larger group, I have 10. So he did not come on my 10-day, and no one has come back since then to come and check my air quality. The Chromebooks and charging carts that I was supposed to have, because I teach 2nd grade, our students K through 3 were supposed to be provided those. They arrived today after the instructional day. That's again 2 weeks after we began our instruction in the classroom. Our concurrent instruction is terrible for our younger students. I can't speak for the older students, but as teaching younger students, it's terrible. And ironically, our best instructional days in the hybrid model are distance learning days. That's when I can focus most on the entire class and give them the best instruction possible. And in terms of our work conditions, that 3 feet that you are recommending, that is our work conditions. I showed Superintendent Aguilar when he was at a visit at our school what it looks like now with 6 feet between desks. That does not take into account me moving around and monitoring work, which is what I looked forward to doing in the classroom. When we're in distance learning, I can't see what my students are doing. And this was my opportunity to help them with handwriting and where they're not carrying the number correctly when they're regrouping. And now now, if we're going to reduce that number, I can't give them the quality instruction that we are coming back to school for. So I really would like to have a good discussion about the difference between furniture, between students, and a teacher being able to move around the room and actually actively instruct his or her students.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchins. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jane Doe.
Hi, this is actually Mo Kashmiri here. Just wanted to say thank you for engaging in this tough topic. And I also want to say that, I encourage the board to continue to work with our district labor partners to work together to make this work. We need the folks that are on the ground doing the work to be able to actually give input on how that's going to roll out and how it's going to work. I want to congratulate the board and say thank you for getting to a deal with SCTA. That's definitely progress in the right direction. So thank you. And we know with a district this size, there's no way to make it move nimbly unless there's buy-in and there's real input from the folks who actually know the kids' names. So again, I want to just reaffirm that I would just ask the board to continue to move towards a less of a top-down model and more of a collaborative model with all of their staff in terms of figuring out how we move forward on this. Thank you.
Yes, our next speaker is Kimberly Butschultz.
Good evening, board members. Every Thursday and Friday, my young children are thrilled to be back in the classroom. And my 9-year-old has been asking me lately why no one goes to school on Monday. She asks me why some of her friends get to go every day when she only gets to go a few hours 2 days a week. And she says it's not fair. And I have no good answer for her other than, you're right, it's not fair. Unfortunately, the grown-ups in Sacramento can't get along and do what's best for you. The biggest advocate for my children is student member Shake, who has led the charge to bring my kids and all of their peers back to school full-time in the fall. And I thank you for your devotion and steady commitment to representing the students in this district. And thank you, board members, for your support of Member Shake's resolution. SCUSD remains behind. Almost every other district in our county and in our neighboring counties have been back or are planning to be back soon 4 or 5 days per week. You don't have to reinvent this wheel. Collapse the cohorts, please. Get rid of concurrent learning. Ms. Sutherland commented earlier on the inequities of the current model. The longer our children are denied a proper full-time in-person school day, the wider the inequities will be between Sac City kids and everyone else. Every parent knows that you cannot reason with an unreasonable child. You have to be the parent in this situation. You have to take the lead. You have to follow the science and public health guidelines. You just committed to do so. Thousands of students depend on you. The SCTA leadership is disingenuous, unreasonable, and illogical. They do not bargain in good faith. They don't have the students' best interests in mind. I encourage you to not negotiate with them and just make what you just committed to an actual reality for our children. The law requires that students be in school full time. Start the process now, please. Fully reopen the classroom to our children now, and please offer a separate, non-concurrent distinct learning option for those families who want to keep their children at home. Thank you again for supporting Student Member Shake's resolution.
Thank you. Next comment, Ms. Moretti. Yes, our next speaker is Nikki Milevsky.
Good evening, members of the board. Nikki Milevsky here again. And it's not like members of the public get much information in advance about what is going to be spoken at the school board. It's not in the board packet. But I got to say that when I saw an item that said update on reopening MOUs, although I read now it's MOU''S, and next steps, that you guys would be honoring and speaking about the agreement you recently reached with SEIU that averted a strike that would have happened today. I'm very surprised to completely disregard those members by not even speaking about that MOU and an update to the public about what's going on with our district and our reopening schools. SCTA would like to congratulate the members of SEIU Local 1021 for winning an agreement on reopening our schools that protects and extends the health and safety standards for our students and staff, which they so greatly deserve. SCTA members are proud to stand side by side with our classified coworkers in SEIU Local 1021, just as they stood by us in negotiations with the district. Having been an eyewitness to bargaining, we can say that the disrespect of Superintendent Aguilar, which is shown here again, has been shown to the classified workers is completely unacceptable. And we noticed that began in the first days of the pandemic in March of 2020, when he capriciously required SEIU staff to report for in-person work at the Cerna Center, and then tried to retaliate when classified workers voiced their opposition. And it continued all the way through Monday evening, when the agreement was finally reached just before midnight. While we are glad that a strike was averted, based upon what we've just experienced, without a complete revamping of Superintendent Aguilar's approach to labor relations, it will be a matter of months before we are once again at this precipice.
Thank you, Ms. Milevsky.
Our community deserves better.
Thank you. Next comment, Ms. Moretti?
Yes, our next and final speaker is Sarah Williams Kingsley.
Good evening, board and superintendent. I want to comment on this specific item because I think it's really important that we focus on the language that SCTA used to communicate back to the district, where they're using a sleight of hand to say that 3 feet is that 6 feet is more than 3 feet. And so they don't need to come back to the table, and giving themselves a pat on the back for averting a strike that they and their labor partners brought upon the district and the families of this district, by trying to, if SCTA won't open our schools and our classified staff then need childcare, it's not the fault of the district that those children need childcare. It's the fault of the folks who are being paid who don't want to come into the classroom so that those students can be getting an education instead of babysitting. Number one. Number two, the board should no longer approve any MOU with any labor partner that says that there's an open-ended opportunity to come back and reopen the negotiation. The board should say, if there is a need to reopen the negotiation in any MOU, that there is a finite, specific timeline for that meeting to take place. Because what we've seen from the district's labor partners, specifically SCTA, is that when there is no finite timeline, they will just refuse to come to the table, and they will stall, and they will procrastinate, and they will blame the district for any failure to move. And that's how we end up in these stalemates and these failures to improve our outcomes for our students, because SCTA can just say, oh, those dates don't work for us. I'm sorry, we're not coming. And then healthcare changes don't get approved. And then restorative justice doesn't move. And then assessments don't move. And then reopening doesn't move because, oh gosh, we don't have to come on any timeline except our own, and they can just sit on it.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
And I'm tired of it.
Thank you. And you said that was our final comment, Ms. Moretti?
Yes, that was the final comment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you to all of our commenters. Open this up for board discussion. Any board members? Member Wu.
Mr. Bozio, moving from 6 feet to 3 feet, what does it mean to meet and confer? Does it mean that you meet until you complete agreement? Or does it mean that you meet, you may disagree, that the district moves forward?
Well, member Wood, you're right. There is a kind of a technical meaning to that term often that is something less than full negotiational agreement. But we also, I think have to consider, well, I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to offer any legal opinion per se as we get into the weeds.
Well, did you have another question, or was that Member Morosky, did I see you sign up?
Thank you. I just want to thank staff for keeping this moving. I do think we need to talk about timelines. As I said in the last item, there's no public health reason that our students are still being excluded from the classroom. Many people have pointed out that our surrounding districts are back 4 or 5 days a week. And so, I mean, I think it's not rocket science. I don't know if there's a lot of things that have to happen in order, like planning wise, to get that done. To me, it's like you just bring the kids back who want to come back. So I would ask, is there anything preventing, like if we said May 1st as a deadline, if we're meeting next week, is there anything preventing us from getting our kids back, say 4 or 5 days a week?
Member Morosky, what we have communicated to our labor partner with that data set that we provided, and we posted it on our website as well, is that we've identified in some cases entire schools, but down to classrooms, where based on attendance up until this point, at least up through 6th grade, that we would be able to collapse our A and B groups and still maintain the 6-foot standard, the 6-foot distancing that we have in place right now. I don't see anything that would keep us from being able to accomplish that. We, again, have identified those classes, those classrooms where we just have not had enough students in either group to keep us from accommodating all of those students to come back to in-person instruction at least 4 days a week. We've also received inquiries from many of our educators who have asked, what if I somehow voluntarily collapsed our groups as well? What would I sign? What could I sign? And so we've also offered that as another topic of discussion with our labor partner, just as we've had waivers, if you will, liability waivers on other items. That would be a similar type of waiver. I do want to just mention that this morning, as a matter of fact, I interacted with a parent at Isidore Cohen who had asked the principal about this question. And so it just happened that the parent came back today while I was visiting the school site. And so I met the parent, and the parent was actually asking the question from his perspective. That is there something that I can sign as some kind of waiver so that my child can come to school 4 days a week? And so this is, of course, top of mind, I think, for many of our parents. It's top of mind for many of our site staff, our school staff. So to answer your question, certainly not to continue the 6-foot distancing in those classrooms, in those schools where we just have not had enough students coming back to in-person instruction. For the 3-foot distancing, again, that's a conversation that we've asked to have with our labor partner. I would want to get back to the board in terms of any other areas that I may not be thinking of right now. I can't think of any right now, except for just the logistical aspects of bringing in more desks and the time that it might take to take the measurements and make sure that we're abiding by the standards in a very very disciplined fashion. If you go to our classrooms right now, for example, you'll see tape markings on the floors, and that's exactly where desks are put back or they're maintained there by our custodial staff. So there would be some of that type of work that would have to take place, Member Morosky.
Okay, very good. Well, I would just ask that, we stay on both of those topics, and, like I said, there's no public health reason why we're doing this anymore. The only reason is because of, stuff written that people have agreed to in, under scenarios that are frankly no longer relevant from a public health perspective. And I just want to address the idea of that, the superintendent is out of line, coming back to try to renegotiate health and safety standards. That, I don't even understand, what that is. If we're talking about the 3 feet, which is accepted by all the public health agencies as a renegotiate, well, yeah. That's what this board asked to do. That's what this board asked you to do when we adopted the MOU that very day. So that should not be a surprise. That is not in bad faith. And it's unacceptable to imply that that's in bad faith. It's just not. It's it was part and parcel of what we expected, and we always, frankly, our community should expect, everyone should expect that we adapt to the latest science to give our kids the maximum opportunity to learn. I mean, if we're not doing that as a fundamental, foundational value, everyone in our system, then we really have to wonder why we're sitting in the chairs we're sitting in. I just wanted to share one last thing, and that is, I have 2 sons in second and fourth grade, and they've both finally this week come back to class. And I had a moment where they were both in school finally, and I experienced that, oh my gosh, I can focus on my work and I can, do that thing, which is important as a working parent. But we have 39 school days left. I calculated by the minute, and thinking about how much can happen in 1 minute in a school setting. You can hear a poem. You can, set up a recess basketball game with your friends. You can, there's a lot. A teacher can come over and help you figure out some math problem. There's a lot that happens in 1 minute. We have 39 days left, and I calculated that for my sons, there's over 10,000 minutes that they will lose between tomorrow, between tonight, and the end of the year. Okay? We talk about every day counts, every minute counts. When I added, when you times it by the number of students we have, I didn't even want to look at it. It's 400 million minutes. That's a lot of lost minutes of in-person time that our students really deserve. So I just think we need to stay focused on this. I don't even want to think about all the minutes we've lost up to this point. That's just moving forward this year till the end of the year. So I just think we need to continue to do all we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Morosky. Member Phillips.
Just for clarification, it's 6 feet at the high school level, or 6 feet from teachers? Just trying to understand this. 3 feet is for elementary and 6 feet is for high school. So, I mean, I don't know if we explain that every time. I don't know how much the public actually knows about the difference between 3 feet and 6 feet. So high school is, and I think middle school too, might be a higher number of feet. We're only talking about 3 feet for primary.
I think it's 3 feet. Sorry, my mic was on. I think it's 3 feet between students and 6 feet between adults, or 6 feet between an adult and a student.
So is there also a CDC standard of 6 feet between the high school end, or
I'd have to double check and get back to you on that. I don't recall that right now.
Okay.
Student Member Shake? Oh,
Yeah, of course.
Student Member Morosky?
Yes, I think it's
Did
K
you-
through 12, 3 feet.
Did you need clarification on the footages?
I just wanted to offer, I believe CDC has a standard for an extremely high case transmission rate that they would say would be a 6 feet between high school, but only at a very high case transmission rate is my recollection. It's a lot higher than what we're talking about now. I think it was towards, what the peak was or something like that. So in a very, very high transmission scenario.
Student Member Shake?
Thank you. Thank you, Member Morowski. I think every single time you have talked about this issue, it really, really resonates. And when you talk about a minute, I think back to the minutes where my entire trajectory in a course or in a school year was changed by a minute of a teacher coming over to a table. So I think that's a very beautiful and powerful way of thinking about this. Deeply frustrating when you count up the minutes. I enjoy board games, Monopoly. It's really fun. A huge part of my childhood was going to Goodwill and trying to find a board game that had all the pieces. So when we hear a public comment from a certain labor partner who talks about winning, I'm wondering if this is all a game. Is this about winning certain standards that'll make it harder for schools to reopen? Is this about getting as much one-time dollars as you can before we can actually sort of focus on students? In a world where things were perfect, classes cohorts would have been collapsed the week after we got that data, right? And yet we have to play this game where people think they're winning or losing. When the SCTA MOU came before this board, I think in a special meeting, I voted no. And I was really encouraged by the board's guidance to the superintendent at that time of, yes, we're approving this, but go through with that meet and confer language and sort of bring us up to date with science. And I didn't want to be proven right on my no vote, but I think maybe I was. This is pretty crystal clear language, meet and confer when guidelines are out of sync with this MOU, and they are out of sync. 3 feet is what we need to get more kids in the classroom so we can have a full-time schedule where those minutes can be achieved. And then when we talk about students deserving safety and all these fear-mongering about, we didn't hear the fourth wave thing this meeting, but we have in previous meetings, sort of non-scientists trying to throw narratives on a very encouraging season of vaccination and decreasing case rate and natural immunity and everything sort of slowing down this pandemic statewide and nationally. And when we talk about not knowing very little, people say we know very little about COVID in some of our public comments. We know quite a bit. And if we do know a little, we know a lot about how it works in schools. And we know that schools are safe. And Member Morowski's whereas statement to the previous item is entirely true, and it's been true for weeks. In certain cases, it's been true for months. So I'm not sure what we're doing here. Are we just taking pot shots at each other and playing games? Or are we trying to get the best result for students? And I would ask that question of everyone.
Well said, Student Member Shake. If there any other board? Mine's on. It was on.
President Pritchett,
Yes, go
I
ahead,
do want to come back. I think that Member Phillips still had an unanswered question, and I've asked Ms. Flores to provide clarity on that question of what CDC guidance actually does speak about related to transmission rates and what distancing standards are included in the guidance. Ms. Flores?
Perfect. Welcome, Ms. Flores.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. So yes, Board Member Morowski was correct. The guidance is 3 feet for K-12 education. The one caveat is in middle school or high school where transmission is high and cohorting is not possible. So, right now we are cohorting our students to the greatest extent possible. That 3 feet guidance, though, does come with that caveat of really good adherence to face mask or face covering wearing, which of course we're already practicing. So I hope that helps provide some clarification.
I'm just trying to make sure that we're clear to the parents that we. Like it's not as transparent as my mic isn't on, but it just feels like we're not being as clear. And I feel like every time that I say something, it seems like it's I don't know, in opposition to the district. And I really want to make sure that it's clear that that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking for my understanding the difference between. It just seems like when I ask a question, sometimes things go up, and I'm like, I just want to make sure that I'm, not offending anyone, but it just seems like I'm coming across in a certain kind of way. So when I ask these questions, it's not just for my understanding, it's also for the folks in my neighborhood who aren't online right now and who, are barely getting any information regarding what's happening in our schools. So, I'm just making sure that that stuff gets translated properly.
Yes, I just, my daughters went to school today. Today was their third in-person instruction day. And, thinking about minutes, even the few minutes they're getting now, they're exponentially more powerful. It changes their entire demeanor, their attitude, their confidence, their outlook. They want to talk about their day at their school. The moment I pick them up, they just start talking and talking. It reminds me of like the preschool days, right? Where they just start sharing. And so it just makes me very sad that this is so challenging to do, to bring more kids into in-person settings. And so it's just, I just want to express my sadness, my frustration, and the tremendous opportunity that we have. And every minute counts, and it counts. It is so much more valuable than a minute a year ago, or than a minute in distance learning. And I can't imagine this is easy for educators either, doing a concurrent instructional model. So I don't understand if it's easier for the parents, if it's better for the kids, if it's better for the teachers, why we're still talking about this. I just don't get it. But I do want to, I'm a deadline driven person. I like to have closure on conversations and just kind of move on from whatever that decision is. So when are we going to come to a close on this conversation? Because we have 39 days of instructional days. So can we have a final answer next week or for our next board meeting, just so that our parents know what they can expect?
We certainly should have an answer based on the response that's provided by our labor partner, Member Garcia. The letter that we sent does indicate a couple of dates in which we want to have those discussions that I just mentioned. If you think about, you mentioned sadness. The data set that we have provided to the board and that we've made available to our labor partners, that we've made available to our community, actually shows the disproportionate impact that I know you would appreciate that the lost minutes have as well. I mean, those minutes aren't equal across the district for each of our students. I know that you appreciate that the significance of some of those minutes on some of our students are even greater than other students. And that is seen in the data sets that we have released. The number of schools, their location, the number of vulnerable students that they serve is much higher. So we believe that we are demonstrating to our community the seriousness with which we're taking all of these standards. And I think that over time, we might have more parents sending their children to in-person instruction. But right now, those sites that have the fewest number of students, I think are disproportionately those schools that serve our most vulnerable students. To answer your question, certainly we will have an update, but my recollection from the motion that was made is that you asked for us to come back with updates on this matter until a decision was made. So I would be happy to come back to the board at the next board meeting at the latest with a recommendation for a decision that can be made by our board in this space.
Okay, I think we need that. Thank you.
Thank you. And, going through these PowerPoints on slide number 10, talking about the data from cohorts A and B attending in grades 4 through 6 indicate that 4 schools could have all cohorts and these grades completely collapsed into a single class group. That kind of hit home for me because I've talked to a lot of parents that in my community that have not sent their kids back to in-school training or in school back into the classroom. Thank you. Let me get that out. And many of them said, why would I do that? Why would I just send my kid back for a couple hours? Like I have a job. I can't just be shuttling them back and forth in the middle of the day. Right. And so they're waiting for us to say all day, they'll be there all day. Here's your hours. They're waiting for us to say 4 to 5 days a week. They're waiting for us. And until we make those decisions, we're not going to get those kids that really need to be back into the classroom back there. So, and I'm looking forward to the discussions with SCTA and the district working together to be able to get our kids back into the classroom. All right, so this is a discussion item. Thank you, Mr. Bozio. We appreciate your work on this.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right, item 8.5, federal and state COVID relief funds. Ms. Ramos?
Thank you. Yes, good evening. Can you please, thank you. Tonight we're going to be sharing some information on the federal and state COVID relief funds, and we have several presenters joining me in this information. For the agenda tonight, we'll go briefly over the funding sources and some of the expenditures to date, the proposed investment principles, an expiration timeline and allocation, and a proposed spending plan. And then finally, we're going to spend a little bit of time on a recent state grant, that's referred to as the AB 86 reopening grant, only because of the particular requirements for this one. Next slide, please. And you've seen a similar chart before in previous information sharing. This is an overview of all of the state and federal COVID relief funds that the district has been allocated. There are several here. We've listed the amounts, and along with that is a resource number. In the event that anyone is interested and goes to the CDE website, there's often what's called a resource number that will allow you to look up additional details. So we have the allocation amounts and then the expiration dates. And one in particular that we do have, we wanted to point out that and we'll talk about the AB 86 funding, because that one, the amount is dependent upon a couple of things that we'll be sharing with you. But the in-person learning grant is dependent upon our start date for when our grades all came back. And so the start date for us when everyone had an opportunity to come back under one of the cohorts is April 22nd. So as of that date, that's when the district became eligible for those funds. And the estimated amount under that is about 11.6 million. And that's that last item there. Next slide, please. And these are high-level expenditures to date. We've just categorized them for you. The top chart is by funding source. And the method that we've used to allocate expenses to the various resources, of course, first is the expiration date. We want to make sure that we're spending those first that are going to expire first. And assuming that the item that we're intending to purchase meets the eligibility requirements. So there are 4 here that we pretty much fully expended, and they're listed there for you. And then we do have some pending expenditures, just some highlights for you listed here. And some of these expenses also are applicable to those funding sources above. And why we're calling them pending expenditures, it just means that we've actually not paid them out, but we've probably already received these products or services. And so they are in the process of being processed. Next slide, please. Now, we're going to start with going over some of the proposed principles that the district is proposing to use to effectively plan and implement the use of these funds. We have 3 overarching principles and to share with you, along with some details for each specific one. The first one is utilizing, of course, a coherent district-wide strategy to assist us in setting some goals and prioritizing the allocation of these resources. The second one is the suitability and sustainability of the items that we are proposing to buy, making sure that these are the right investments for the districts. As you can imagine, there are many products and services out there under this environment, but as wonderful as they may sound and effective as they may appear to be, not all of them are suitable for our particular district. So there is a rigorous review of these items. And then under this same category is the effective planning and collaboration that goes with utilizing these resources, making sure that, we have the infrastructure and the staffing and the capacity to be able to utilize these resources. And then the long-term impact and sustainability. Here we are, of course, reviewing these items for any particular long-term liability that it may impose on the district, and just being very conscientious that these investments, if they are long-term, what is the exit strategy for these, and making sure we're not committing the district to some long-term liability without a funding source. And then we get back to utilizing, the practice of utilizing one-time funds for recurring expenses, which can be very problematic and, financially not a good idea for the district. And then, of course, goes without saying, we need to make sure that these items are meeting the compliance and accountability of what these resources are intended for. Next slide, please. And at this
Ms. Ramos, can I just interject real quickly on the last slide? I just want to make sure that because this is an information item, board members, Ms. Ramos talked about these guiding principles, if you will, and you heard them more as talking points. The next time that we come back to you, those will be in writing so that you could offer your suggestions and your thoughts on how to refine them or add additional guiding principles. Just wanted to recognize that, again, you heard them as talking points. For example, we don't believe that it would be in our interest to invest one-time funds based on your board policy that you adopted, and then create long-term sustainability challenges. We of course, will welcome your feedback on written statements that will come to you as principles. Again, you heard them as talking points, but I do want to make sure that you know that we are working toward bringing back written statements.
And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Academic Officer, Christine Vieira. She's going to talk about the specifics.
Evening, and some of what you hear as we go through some of these next slides may sound repetitive, but I think that's really important. You'll hear about our coherent district-wide strategy as well as these principles from the academic office perspective, but you're also going to hear about these decisions through the perspective of some additional members of our team. So first and foremost, what we have been most concerned with in everything we've done is ensuring that we are instructionally focused, that for every minute, no matter what instructional model we are currently in, that we are looking at how do we best address learning loss now and looking into the future. You'll hear some of our proposals as we get deeper into our discussion this evening, and constantly looking at how do we ensure that what we're doing is equitable. So a lot of what we have done has come through district-wide purchases. So in all of our decisions, we've worked with the content experts in the areas who have helped us to problem solve. They're very in touch with site needs, and we've been able to hear about some of the systemic needs for purchases. And I know we'll hear from our Chief Information Officer, Mr. Lyons, in a bit, but in decisions, for example, when we were preparing to reopen for the fall and we were looking at possibly having a concurrent model, we looked at, should we purchase something like a swivel camera? And we ended up in all of our classrooms, as as you know, purchasing the Polycam for all of our classrooms. So it was a coherent district-wide purchase to make sure that everyone had access. What I will say that I think is most important, when you go into our classrooms, and I was in them today in both middle school and high school, you'll see them being used differently, which also brings to the forefront that our teachers are making decisions with a lot of what we're putting into classrooms, even though everybody is getting their baseline needs met with things like the technology. As we heard from teachers, and I think this is an important piece to know about some of the decisions that we've made, we heard from teachers in the spring as they were trying different types of new software or other things that would help, for example, Nearpod. They came to us and they said, this Nearpod really works. We had some teachers piloting, we learned more information, and then we moved forward with a systemic purchase of Nearpod using CARES for all of our teachers to have access to Nearpod. Today, in one of our middle school classrooms, our principal pointed out that the students were using Desmos, which is a math piece that all of our students have access to. So we have done the same with virtual music support, history, social science curriculum, but we're working to make sure that we're making district-wide coherent decisions and providing for all, as opposed to it being a site-by-site or teacher-by-teacher decision. And I think Rose's team has some additional information on safely reopening schools.
Thank you, Christine. Yes, at this point, I will turn it over to both Nathaniel Browning, Director of Facilities, and but first, Keyshawn our risk management coordinator will share some information on the purchases they made to safely reopen schools. Keyshawn?
Hi, good evening, board members, superintendent. So when we started to formulate safely reopening schools, there are three major focal points that we used: education and training, district-wide access to PPE, and infrastructure of classroom and workspace. And so from the beginning, we started internal work groups and a robust collaboration with California Department of Public Health, Schools Insurance Authority, and Sacramento County Office of Education. This helped us to understand and grasp the needs to mitigate COVID-19. From that, we were able to provide COVID-19 training to mitigate COVID-19. From that, we were able to provide, COVID-19 training based on Cal OSHA guidance to help us comply with these requirements, as well as provide workers information on how to protect themselves and prevent the spread. District-wide access to PPE was based on the guidelines outlined in our Return to Health Plan and our COVID-19 prevention program. We have provided PPE such as face coverings, gloves, thermometers, hand sanitizers, and barriers to prevent gathering. As you all know, those are the basic needs to stop the spread. All of our sites and departments can order directly from our warehouse department to ensure adequate supply on stock based on the needs of their sites or departments. Next, I'll pass it over to our facilities team.
Thank you. And as Keyshawn alluded to, the facilities department also worked cross-departmentally to outline coherent infrastructure needs that were implemented in classrooms and workspaces throughout the district. From there, our team worked to develop and outline physical distancing measures that address our unique portfolio of school sites, crowd control efforts through the use of signage, stanchions, and traffic cones, additional mitigation efforts such as the installation of plexiglass in customer service areas, assessing and addressing ventilation needs at each site, and working with an independent third-party architecture firm to assess our readiness for reopening. These centralized efforts help to ensure that all sites receive the same high standard of care while also maintaining consistent in their preparedness. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to communications.
Hello, board members. Over the course of the last year, our communications office has not only continued its work to communicate about district initiatives, we have been in overdrive to ensure that we are providing clear and consistent communication to our families about COVID-19 and our reopening plans. You've seen this through our return to health plans, which we have had to update at this point 8 times due to changing health conditions and guidance. It has been a year of pivots, I think, as we all say. Our department created the Return Together branded plan in part for repetition in messaging to help with retention, as well as to give our families a clear signal of our communication and when it is referencing COVID-19 or our reopening planning. We have sent repeated messaging to our families through our weekly, sometimes daily, sometimes hourly updates. We've produced videos to demonstrate health and safety protocols, messages from our superintendent, our staff, and our students. We've worked with local and state media to help reach families through earned media strategies to help media tell our stories. We've completely redesigned our social media strategy and have used multiple mediums to reach our various audiences. As a reminder, we didn't even have an Instagram account a year ago. We know that our students, our families, our staff would need to adjust to new norms as they return to our campuses, and that it would take repeated reminders for our families to adjust to these norms. We're still seeing that. We began a social media marketing campaign using both repetitive and branded posts to help us familiarize our families with these new norms. And this included the use of sponsored posts, which we weren't using previously. We've shared text messages and robocalls. We are rolling out a campaign on vaccinations and safety next, and we've already begun to post some of this material as we've publicized our vaccination clinics. Over this last year, we've created 8 micro pages and websites related specifically to the reopening of schools or COVID-19, providing resources virtually because our teachers and staff could not come together in person. We've made our digital communications as accessible as possible for our families, providing translation, surveys, access, forms that were not once on our website. So much was shifted online and to our team. And we've really integrated communication in our planning processes system-wide. We've worked with our facilities department to ensure that our signage on our school sites were high quality and adhered to our branding and voice, that it was tailored for the appropriate age level at the school site. We created a video and directions for principals and site managers to hang these materials. We worked with our attendance and engagement team to ensure that our families had the information they needed to sign into their classes, both in the fall during distance learning, and then in the spring when we were assigning cohorts. And we instituted a plan that would allow two-way text messaging back and forth with our attendance and engagement teams for our students between their school. We've reached out to our families to get their feedback on their planning, as well as their plans for their students' learning model. In fact, in only a week and a half together using multiple modes of outreach, we were able to get 32,000 of our families to provide us with that information. We've also worked closely with our principals to ensure that they have what they need, providing toolkits and guidance so that communications throughout the district at every level are consistent, and so that we can make sure that communication is easier for our school site leaders. And I want to acknowledge that our communications department for much of the year was staffed by only 2 people. And as we continue to rebuild and strategize, we hope that we can continue to grow our portfolio. We can continue to improve the quality and frequency of our communication work as we continue to move toward a full reopening. And I'll turn it to the next speaker.
Thank you, Tara. Next slide, please. So along the same principle of the coherent district-wide strategy to ensure consistency and transparency, of course, you have to have a process in place for these items to replace, restock, and for new requests. And with this, I'm going to turn it over again to Chief Academic Officer Christine Vieta so she can discuss how they did this on the academic side.
So again, a lot of what we learned from the field, and it came to us from and through teachers, as well as doing research from places that had already started to open so that we could determine what was the best technology or learning materials that we needed to purchase. I think one thing that's very important here is we continue to think about instructionally focused and learning loss focused, making sure that we stayed with that theme. We also wanted to, when it comes to the staff development piece, and we'll discuss this when we get to also talking about suitability and sustainability soon, we wanted to make sure that we weren't buying everything that came our way. We've been inundated, all of our departments have this year, inundated with vendors, with ideas, with things that we thought that folks thought we should buy and purchase. But we've stuck to knowing that if we could get really good at using just a few new tools, because everything we've done in this year, as you all know, has been innovation. None of us have done any of this previously or before. So we've really worked to find out what was working for teachers, to get those tools into more teachers' hands, and then to go to systemic district-wide purchases. And I shared in the last slide a few of those examples. When it comes to staff development, we were so excited to open our school year this year in partnership with an agreement with SCTA to have some days of professional learning, where our special education team and our general education team, for the first time in a very, very long time, came together to learn together. We've learned about the universal design for learning, and we've continued that learning throughout our year. We learned about essential standards, assessments, scope and sequence, use of technology, continuing to learn to build and use the Google Classroom suites. And all of that work has now been, through our C&I department, put onto a really incredible website that our C&I team developed that teachers can go back to anytime to continue to enhance their learning. In addition to these consistent district-wide purchases, we've also worked to meet individual needs, with our C&I team developing opt-in trainings in science, English language development, foundational reading skills, as well as mathematics. And some of our teachers have participated in some of this learning and have also continued to gain their skills and to be able to improve the instruction that they're providing for our students. I'll turn it over now to Mr. Bob Lyons, Chief of our Information Department.
Good evening. I'm Bob Lyons, Chief Information Officer for the district. And I just would like to reiterate our technology integration closely with the education side of the house. As a former teacher, I know it's very important to have that educational background and to figure out the technology that we purchase. We're not purchasing this in a vacuum. And so it's very important when we purchase this that it has a use for instruction and not just for technology's sake. For instance, we are working, we have obviously with all this new technology, it's pretty evident that our network need a little upgrading. So we purchased new wireless access points. They're just finishing up now. I think our last school is going to be finished up on Monday. We've got additional Chrome devices. As you know, we've purchased over 30,000 devices. And as we move on with this, we do have to talk about sustainability, because once we have these devices in the students' hands and those devices are increasing engagement, which is a big plus for our one-to-one program that we have started, our sustainability needs to be reviewed and to ensure that we keep these devices viable for students as they age out here. We also have Chromebook carts to securely store and charge these devices. So we need to ensure that to mitigate that learning loss, that these devices are actually functional in the classroom. So they are securely, they have these carts to securely lock them up at night, and then so they're fully charged in the morning. So we are having some issues as far as getting devices in. We are only right now, we're only getting 1,000 devices a week from our last order, and it has to do with our asset tagging and with the company we've hired. So trying to get all these devices in, it's been a struggle, and it's right now, all of our classrooms are set as far as the polycoms and our monitors and everything else. So I've got to give a shout out to to Rose's team and Nathaniel's team in the warehouse. We've had pallet loads of technology coming in, and they've delivered it all out to the sites in a timely manner. And so it's impressive to see what's going on. Getting all that delivery, it's a teamwork district-wide to get all of this going in the classroom. And seeing this now being used, as Ms. Beata was talking about in the classroom, it's quite impressive to see teachers just jump in and use these polycoms to help with the instruction. It's just, it's exciting to see. So that we're just not buying this technology, it's actually being used, and you can see the excitement in the teachers. It's great for me to see this. We've also purchased docking stations, so to go with these new devices that we've purchased. So we have new laptops. It's quite evident that the old teacher devices that we've had out there can't handle these the high bandwidth Zoom sessions. And with the new devices that we have out there, we have docking stations for the additional ports that are required. So we're putting all these little pieces together. So we have a fully functioning classroom with all of the necessary equipment. And obviously early on to mitigate that learning loss and provide that digital equity, the hotspots for students, getting devices out and having these devices being quickly replaced if something's going wrong with them. So it's the classes or the sites have devices that they can check out, readily available. And so if the student needs a device, it's in and out, and watching parents go through this process. It just takes a couple minutes to get an updated device and walk out the door again. So it's certainly been a teamwork from all departments down to the site level to get all of this integration to work. And the last thing I'd like to talk about real quick is our Zoom licenses and all of these little pieces that we've had to put in together. So it's integrating with the technology, and it's just impressive to see. And I'm happy to be out in the classroom. I've been out probably 8 schools this week and make sure everything was working. And it's exciting to see the kids back and using the technology with the teachers. So with that, I'd like to hand over to Diana Flores in our nutrition services.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you for the shout out for the warehouse team. They've done an amazing job all through the pandemic with COVID supplies, technology, and food service. So they've been very busy. Our district-wide strategy in nutrition has been to continue to pivot every time we change either a learning model, summer meals, springtime meals, bringing kids back, and we're also planning for summer this year. And we also want to continue to have and increase access to free meals, which will continue throughout the school year, the summer, and next school year. We determined quickly on that the safest and best route, when we determined as a district that a 3-hour instruction learning model would be happening, that we would offer grab-and-go meals. And with that, we had to purchase truckloads of grab-and-go bags for our district-wide K through 12. They were difficult to locate and find, and we got them in time, and we have enough to carry us through the rest of the school year. We also had to purchase pre-wrapped foods and whole fruits and vegetables that are quick service curbside, either on our curbside model or when students are taking meals home every day after their learning, so that we could get them off campus quickly and safely. We purchased 3 truckloads of bottled water for every classroom in the district with cups, and we are prepared to continually stock as needed those classrooms when they need backup stock. We also purchased district-wide printing and postage when we conducted some direct mail to continue to communicate to our families and our students who may not be connected on internet for meal services. Every time we change meal services for holidays, We do direct mails and flyers in our mail bags. So printing and postage district-wide has been a need that we've continued to do. And then Mondays, curbside. District-wide, nearly every school is serving curbside meals now on Mondays. And we'll continue to think and strategize in a district-wide model that makes it more successful for all our students. And next, it's Keyshawn.
Hi again. So as previously stated, PPE focus is based on mitigation guidelines and understanding the safest way to reopen schools, ensuring a healthy stock of child and adult sites, face coverings, gloves, health hygiene items such as hand sanitizer and hand washing stations. In addition, we have face shields, body smocks, and plexiglass, just to name some of the specified items based on site needs or program needs. Lastly, as some of you seen on our campuses, we have hands-free temperature scanning devices to help get students on campus in a timely manner. Next, I will pass it over to our facilities team.
Thank you, Keyshawn. This is good evening, members and superintendent. This is Lee Sada, the interim assistant superintendent for facilities. For the facilities area, the centralized and district-wide purchase of the ventilation filters and portable HEPA filtration allowed coordination of those products and processes with third-party architects and engineers. The tune-up and upgrading of the ventilation systems is being coordinated between no less than 6 mechanical contractors in order to address all the sites in a very short time frame. We're currently also coordinating the installation of hydration stations with the help of a separate third-party construction management firm. And because the centralized project was large enough to justify this additional professional management help. I'll now pass it back to the team to discuss the processes for the replacement and restocking of items. Thank you.
Okay, we've already covered some of those. Keyshawn, was there anything else you wanted to add? I think you pretty much touched up on, how we restock. We have a high on-hand supply in the warehouse, and there's orders that are filled out. At this point, I'm going to pass it on to Christine so she can just briefly share with us the requests for new items.
So in aligning with the district principals and specifically for the academic office, when we're looking at the requests that come in, we knew that we needed to have a process that worked for the whole system, that was fast, but also made sure that we were holding to being able to analyze if requests are instructionally focused, if they are going to be able to serve a need for a certain segment or across the whole system for that particular segment, as well as being able to analyze a justification for the request for a purchase for use of these funds that aligned with our principles. And so typically what happens is we get requests from the field from teachers that come in and through content area experts, and they are reviewed, for example, and I would like to just share, I don't think we can do any of the work, and I know that the team would agree, without Nova Katz. She is our ed tech coordinator, and she has been very, very supportive and helpful in our academic office in helping us to make decisions about, is this the best way to use these funds? And can we, as we heard Bob sharing, can we make sure that we can sustain and utilize this effectively throughout our classrooms? And so what happens is the requests come in to the chief who oversees that particular department. It comes with a justification, with a budget, sometimes for contracts with a 1, 2, or 3 year request, depending on what we're looking at. And then after a review of the justification, questions asked if needed, that justification and all the information along with the budget goes straight to our budget department. We have a particular person that it goes to. We know exactly who we need to CC. We tell them that it is absolutely approved. And then it goes into the process for purchase. It's been relatively streamlined and very quick. We get questions back sometimes times from our partners across the system, and we work hard to get those answered so that we can get the purchase requisitions and the items out to sites as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. And so now we're going to discuss, and again, you'll hear from multiple members of our team, both on suitability and sustainability. And so from the academic office perspective, when we start to consider the suitability perspective, we're constantly asking, because again, we've been inundated by vendors asking us to purchase all kinds of things. And so we first just stop and say, well, boy, this sounds like a really, really good idea, but is it a good fit? Is it suitable when we're looking at the instructional needs of our system? Can this really, or is it the best way to ensure that we are addressing learning loss with this particular item or this particular product? So we've had a lot of entertainment, but we've not just reached out to purchase everything that's come our way, because there have been a lot of good ideas that have come our way. I'd like to share that a lot of what's happened, again, has come from real trials out in the field. For example, there was something called Go Guardian that came our way as a possibility of something that could solve many things for teachers. So we had some trials. We had our teachers, Nova Cats, again, our ed tech specialist, reached out and had some teachers try to see, does this work? Is this something that would be beneficial for our system? We get that feedback, and then we make determinations that, yes, this is a positive and we're going to buy it for the whole system. That something similar happened with support from Michaela Fetzer in our mathematics department in CNI. She recommended and was hearing from teachers that we needed something called Desmos that would help students with mathematical instruction as they access online, whether they're sitting in the classroom or they're operating through distance learning. It was a huge success, and so we made that purchase for our system. We've also, when we're considering suitability, continually thought through, and I'm moving down to the bullet that says staff capacity and training needs. Other team members will discuss this too, but as I shared before, we've been very cautious not to purchase every single shiny thing that has come our way, and knowing that we needed to be able to build the capacity of a very limited curriculum and instructional team. Our training specialist team needed time to gain expertise with all of these new tools. And had we jumped and purchased everything that came our way, we would have really been spread in trying to become expert at all of these wonderful looking tools. So we've really tried to hone in on what are the best purchases for instruction and addressing learning loss based on teacher needs, and also based on our capacity to be able to support the system. It's important to remember that everything we've done is innovative, because we've never done any of this, even in what we're doing right now with our concurrent instruction. So those are some of the factors that we've thought through from the aspect of suitability in the academic office. And no, I know the rest of the team has some to share regarding safely reopening schools.
Yeah, thank you, Christine. Yes, and so we've kind of discussed some of these items as far as safely reopening schools, evaluating carefully the products or the services that we're considering buying. And just jumping down really quickly to sustainability, being very mindful of those long-term investments, as we stated earlier, making sure that we're not committing the district to something that is beyond the dates of these resources where we do not have an alternative funding source. We don't want to commit us to long-term liability, certainly. And the next slide, please. This speaks to compliance and accountability, and we're not going to read this for you. Of course, we have to make sure that we're being compliant and accountable. We have regulations and guidelines that guide the spending. We have to meet the intent and the purpose of these funding sources, and we've provided some links here for you to provide additional resources. And then next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Jesse, who's going to quickly just go over just some proposed spending and expiration timelines of the funding sources.
Thank you, Rose, and good evening. This slide goes over our expiration timeline for our various COVID-19 funding sources. The chart at the top just shows a brief overview of each funding source expiration date. As you can see, May 31st is the most recent one, coronavirus relief funds, and we are on target to spend down those funds by that date. Below is a table, a spend down of our remaining COVID-19 funding sources, and what this looks at is our total allocation for each source, as well as the timeline to spend those funds down. Just assumes an even distribution or even allocation of those expenditures and what that would look like for each fiscal year. Of course, this will be updated as we further define and develop our spending plan. Next slide, please. Thank you. This slide is just a visual representation of the table from the previous slide. Again, as you can see how it flows through the fiscal years, assuming steady allocation for each of our various COVID-19 funding sources, with that 21-22 fiscal year of approximately $126 million in expenditures, also in consideration of the expiration dates for each funding source. And with that, I would like to pass it over again to Christine Veda. Thank you.
So as we start to look to the future, we'd like to share just a little bit about our proposed spending plan. When we think through multi-tiered systems of support, that really anchors all of our thought process. What do we need for all kids? What do we need for some? And what do we need for the few? So we're looking at buckets that we know we need to build to ensure that we have a very robust multi-tiered system of supports and that we can operationalize that in our schools, but we also know that there are concerns as we move forward with these positions for that sustainability model that we discussed in the previous slide. We know we need mental health and social workers to address the needs of our students as they return. We know that we need to be prepared with supports for additional positive behavior supports for our students and our campuses. Our school psychologists, we need additional school psychologists so that they are available not just to assess, because we know that we have increased assessment needs, but also to be able to provide services at all tiered levels of support to tap into that expertise. We need intervention teachers, and you've heard about the ed tech needs that are very new in our system. We have got to be able to hire some additional training specialists to support the needs out in our sites. And lastly, and we know that this is going to really be an ongoing need for our system, we have to be able to provide summer programming and extended learning supports to mitigate learning loss and support a restorative reentry for our students.
And Ms. Ramos, if I can just interject very quickly, because I know that this is running over time, and I apologize for that. We should have dedicated more time. But just for our board members and for our community, this is still an information item. We are still doing a lot of internal assessments. We do understand that there is going to be a need, and we will be coming back to you with more specific details. So today we won't be able to tell you how many social workers, for example, we think that we should hire, but we know that that is going to be an area where we need to invest resources. I can tell you, and we will come back with more details, we are utilizing our equity indices to identify, for example, which schools need to have a student support center, don't have student support centers. What are the schools that we need to allocate that? We have these one-time funds. Those are inequities that we have had to live with, where some of our schools that are next to one another, some of them have student support centers, some of them don't have student support centers. So because it's an information item today, we don't have the details of how many social workers or how many school psychologists. That will be in the next presentation, but I just want to make sure that I'm framing for you that these are the buckets, these are the areas that we are studying very closely, and we will of course come with more details.
Hey, next up is technology big picture items. And one of the things we're looking at are network infrastructure. We've noticed 150% increase in network traffic. Just actually as of today, it's increased 150% to what it was at the end of last March in 2020, right before school was out. So we know that with all these new devices coming on, we do need to increase our bandwidth to protect us for the future, and that is in progress right now. We also need to protect our internal assets from unauthorized access. We just had a security review done, and we know that there's issues that we need to take care of for security-wise. And our wiring needs to be updated. We do have some, in order to take advantage of these new faster wireless access points, we do need to have some new wiring put in. As far as our mobile computing devices, we're looking at not just Chromebooks, but I was talking with Mr. Greens over at the manufacturing and design CTE teacher at JFK. His students are now utilizing high-end servers in the cloud, so the students can access from their Chromebooks. They can access these Autodesk programs. So high bandwidth programs that now can be accessed from Chromebooks. So that's we're moving that direction. And the other one would be digital, migrating our digital assets to the cloud. And now, what I mean by digital assets would be anything that holds our data. So this is, as an example, we're in the middle of a migration from our on-premise email system to Office 365. So we're just ready to get started moving over our schools, and the district office is almost complete on that. Document management is another one that we'd like to focus on for security-wise and moving out to the cloud. We've already moved our tech help desk to the cloud, and all of these things will increase security and provide scalability for our programs. Increases our mobility, and it supports disaster recovery. So not all of our eggs are in one basket sitting over here at the CERNA Center. So those are ideas for the future, and we're currently working on. So I'd like to pass this on to Diana in Nutrition Services.
So I'll keep mine really quick. Our expenses will look very similar as they do today, but we are looking into some possible shade structures and outdoor service seating for meal service outdoors. Just in the event that we want to offer meal service outdoors, we're looking at that right now. And everything else is pretty similar for the future. Keyshawn?
Hi, yes. So when it comes to our PPE, our spending plans going forward is to keep a 2-month supply on stock, in addition to some items that we'll continue to have: mask and face shield options for staff and students, protective gear such as disposable body shields and gowns, and then dust shields and dust plexiglass. Kind of looking as things evolve and more students come back on campus, these would be some items that we will look into getting to help for additional PPE. Next presenter.
Yeah, this is Lee. Next slide, please. Great, thank you. So the proposed spending plan for facilities is organized into 3 categories, and I won't read each bullet, but I'll just focus on a few specific items. Category A addresses health and safety. So an example of a health project might include outdoor learning spaces and shade structures, providing an alternative to the standard indoor classroom. And addressing safety, a project could be the installation of a perimeter fencing on campuses where the current fencing doesn't exist or is inadequate. In terms of category B projects, those focus on the improvement of ventilation systems in our schools. So specific HVAC upgrades could improve ventilation by upgrading the electronic control systems, for example. And other projects could include the installation of CO2 monitors and the upgrading of windows at school sites. And the third bullet, C, it will be taken by Nathaniel.
Now, the last core category focuses on strategies to effectively maintain the health and safety of students and staff while they're on campus. Examples include extended custodial training programs, additional staffing, and automated accountability systems to improve cleanliness and efficiencies. And with that, next slide.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Yeah, we're just going to spend a little bit of time going over, previous slide, please. I think we skipped one. Yep, the AB 86 COVID relief state grant that we mentioned earlier. We wanted to spend some time talking about this, not a whole lot, just to bring it to your attention, because this one does have some particular requirements in order for the district to be able to tap into these resources. Now, there are two parts to this grant: the expanded learning opportunity grant for about $28.5 million, and the in-person grant that has had a maximum allocation for the district of $13.4 million. But this is based on when a district actually returns to in-person instruction, and for all grades. And for us, that date was April 22nd, today, when all of our grades were able to come back in one form or another for in-person instruction. And so that reduced that allocation to us to $11.6 million. Next slide, please. And now Jesse's going to briefly go over the requirements for this grant, because there are some very specific timelines that we do have to meet in order to tap into these resources.
Thank you, Rose. This is an overview of our Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. In order to receive the funding, the governing board must adopt a plan by June 1st and submit that plan to CDE. It does have to address the elements below, and there's also a template provided by CDE that includes those elements, as well as expenditure categories and planned expenditures. Of note for this grant, 10% must be used for paraprofessionals for supplemental instruction and support. And 85% of the total grant must be used to provide in-person services, and that paraprofessional portion does count towards that 85% requirement. Next slide, please. This is just a brief overview on our in-person instruction grant. As Rose mentioned, our estimated allocation is $11.6 million. Of note also is that the forfeiture of the entire grant amount if failure to provide continuous in-person instruction. Below are just a few examples of allowable uses already, a lot of which we're already currently implementing and tie back to our district-wide strategies. And with that, I'd like to pass it to Vincent Harris. Thank you.
Good evening, and I'll be really brief on the next slide, please. What's really important to note here is obviously, as you got in the framing of the ELO grant, it's right during our peak season of system planning, both in the local context of our school site plans as they do their school plans for student achievement, or SIPSAs, and of course broadly for the district as we complete our new 3-year LCAP, which all things will be coming to you in the June board meeting cycle. The purpose of this slide is just to give you a sense of the work plan for the ELO grant completion, which we are looking to dovetail, obviously, all the planning processes that we have underway. And so with the great work of our grant writer, Diane Brown and Stephen Ramirez-Fong, they're basically spearheading kind of the integration effort. And this just gives you a sense of the information, key stakeholders that will be reaching out to get information as we complete this. Just important to note that we'll be looking for connections and synergy in the planning process. And so our hope is that you'll see a lot of symmetry in these big plans that'll be coming together in this context at the May 20th board meeting for this adoption, and then of course in our June board meetings for both our LCAP and our SIPSAs. And I'll end there. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Vincent. And this slide will conclude the presentation. Just some lessons learned from the prior federal infusion of one-time money that we received after the last economic downturn following the 07-08. And there was a lot of significant investments in outsourcing with a very little accountability. And we all saw that the returns were just not what they were promised. And the no exit plan for ongoing commitments. And fortunately, our board has now approved a policy to prevent us from getting into these situations where we do not have a funding source and we have a long-term liability that we cannot afford, and lack of a coherent plan. And as you heard from the team, we do have a plan in place, and with some processes to prevent this from happening, the inconsistencies and inefficient use of resources. And with that, it concludes the presentation. If you have any questions, we would be glad to take them.
Thank you. I believe we have 3 live comments.
Yes, our first speaker is Angie Sutherland.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
And you heard that I said that Renee Webster Hawkins would be speaking?
Oh, no, we did not hear that.
Oh, okay.
Is Renee taking both of your times?
Renee Webster Hawkins is not currently online.
She's not currently.
Oh, wait, I think she is under Jeremy Webster Hawkins.
Okay.
Good evening, President Pritchett and board members and superintendent. I want to thank Chief Budget Officer Rose Ramos and staff for a very clear presentation and breakdown of the tranches of funds, the timelines associated with their expenditures. Kudos to a really solid start to helping the whole community understand what that 300 million plus is comprised of. So thank you. I can say that sitting on 2 school site councils, I also appreciate some of the spending proposals that would pick up costs that school sites are now using they're using their precious site funds for access to resources that really should be picked up by the district. There are a couple of the platforms, a history and social sciences platform was mentioned. I would add IXL is an expensive math platform that has been transformative, particularly at the middle and high school levels. So kudos to that recommendation and continued exploration into that. What I want to also, though, express is that I'm very concerned that there are actually proposed spending plans before you, the Board of Trustees, receive the LCAP and SELPA plans. And maybe we need to accelerate the presentation of the stakeholder recommendations, not the staff, massaged version, but the stakeholder recommendations so that you can hear what the priorities are. I think that the proposed spending plan, focusing in on the plan for MTSS is a solid start, but I'm very concerned that there was nothing mentioned in there regarding the need to quote Member Morawski's bold plan to achieve 100% graduation, that there's nothing regarding the need to very robustly kickstart our literacy improvement to, pre-pandemic, it was horrible.
Please drop it up, Mr. Hawkins. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so I would just please encourage patience and or coherence in how the stakeholders present our recommendations before these proposed spending plans are adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have 2 more public comment?
Yes, that's correct. Our next speaker is Ingrid Hutchins.
Good evening again. I'm calling in today on this item to give a teacher's voice to the conversation. I'm a 2nd grade teacher at Golden Empire. Board members, please support innovation in our district to support our students who are returning to school in the midst of a global pandemic. We need to update the way we educate children and support and the supports that we provide them in our campuses. I would like to see the board recommend and I guess you already have, but virtual schools for families. I know you talked about studying this, but we need to have a full press on this. We need to really provide that for our families who are not feeling ready to return yet. We need smaller class sizes, not just for safety, but so teachers can give all students the attention that they need as they return to full in-person learning. Rapid COVID tests, our current tests take up to 3 days. Sometimes they're less, but up to 3 days to receive results. And that could affect spread in the classroom. If we want to keep our schools open, we need to seriously combat COVID entering our classrooms to begin with. School psychologists, mental health workers, social workers on every campus, hopefully with a focus on play therapy. Children express themselves and work through trauma best through play. Purchasing individual STEM kits, manipulatives, and art supplies. Children learn best through play and hands-on activities. After dealing with the traumatic events of the past year, our students need us to provide instruction that honors the way that they learn. Ensure that a nurse or medical assistant is on campus every single day. and a summer enrichment program similar to the one created in New York. While summer school is wonderful, our students also need enrichment, and that has been woefully missing over the past year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Sarah Williams Kingsley.
Good evening. I'm really interested in this item and how we're going to use this money that is such a hugely important windfall for our district in ways that serve students. And I heard a lot of really great things tonight, but what I didn't hear was a focus on, I know that folks are not wanting to use lost learning or that there's some stigma around that, but I'm concerned that there are real holes in, like, for example, elementary education with literacy, as Ms. Webster Hawkins mentioned. I can't imagine trying to learn to read over Zoom. I certainly don't have a student who's attempting that. My student is in middle school, and there's holes there for him. And one of the things that I'm hoping that the district does for summer is think about the students who missed their milestone transitions last year. My child moved to middle school without any sort of in-person orientation and isn't ready to return, and will be going into 8th grade next year. And I know that part of the summer plan was bridge for current 6th graders and current 8th graders, and that current 7th grade group was ignored. And I get that, you know, not everybody will get the same thing, but that group also needs a bridge to on campus in a different setting than they've ever been in before. And I really want to see heightened literacy focus for our students. We were failing before, and we need to fix it moving forward now that we have the chance with these extra funds. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I will open up for board dialogue. Member Morosky.
Thank you. I know the hour is late. It was a very long presentation that I really feel like deserves a robust discussion. I don't feel like we have enough time to do that tonight. So I just, in terms of process, I wanted to suggest that we, you know, unless there's something really urgent that board members feel like needs to be addressed tonight, that we table most of the discussion on this item until we can come back. And in the meantime, I think it would be good if board members can email directly to the superintendent feedback on the presentation, things that we're missing, things you'd like to see brought back. And that way we can have a little bit of time to digest this. I know this was a lot, and we didn't get this far in advance, so it wasn't a lot of time to digest. And I just feel like I need more time. Maybe my other board members need more time. So that would be my request. And if you're okay with that, President Pritchett and fellow board members, I would ask the superintendent maybe just address, you know, what kind of feedback might be helpful.
Absolutely. I mean, I'll just answer your question, Member Morosky. I agree that this is a very heavy presentation, one that needs to be further unpacked by board members. I think that the public comments are right on point. There are going to be a lot of suggestions and a lot of input that I think we have to pay attention to. We met with our LCAP PAC, for example, and they have, of course, dedicated countless hours at understanding our budget structure, trying to understand the needs of our students and our families. I know that there's our ad hoc committee as well that's being led by Member Garcia that is also engaged in some of this work. I want to come back as well and give you a more exact sense, showing you some data about some of the decision making that I think will go into selecting what the amount of investments should be that we would recommend to the board. But I also know that there's a lot of ideas that I think have a lot of merit. And the challenge is going to be kind of just dealing with that tension of things that we know are going to have to go away over the course of the next 2 years. And unlike the 2008 Great Recession period, not putting ourselves in a position where we are unable to sustain those expenditures. And so I think that we have to put all of that discussion in context with the board policy that you recently passed as a board as well, that we need to kind of just speak to all of those ideas within that context. And finally, I think it's really critical that that we continue to engage with our community around some of these ideas. I was at a school site this morning, and a teacher said, please expand the arts, for example. So knowing that these are one-time funds, how do we balance that tension of what is our plan moving forward when these funds go away? And so I certainly would agree. The last thing that I'll say is what I will also commit to you is that we will kind of provide as many documents as possible in one package for you to review before you have the more robust conversation. So bringing back the latest LCAP recommendations, bringing back some of the findings that are being released by a number of entities. The Council of Great City Schools, today CCESA released also some guidance on how to treat some of these one-time funds. So we as a staff can come together and produce one packet of information that you can review prior to coming back.
Okay, I think that would be great. And just to make sure we close the loop on what specific type of feedback would be helpful to receive from board members in the meantime. I mean, I think as representatives of our community, it's important that we are able to communicate priorities. So is it priorities or things that we're missing, or is there anything else that we should be sending?
I would say the only other thing, I mean, a lot of things, anything, of course, but specifically, we, as I mentioned, we owe you our proposed statements around principles for these one-time funds. If you have any thoughts about the kind of statements that you think are in alignment with the board policy that you passed, with any of that information that we collect for you and send you in one packet, of course, we would welcome that because we are still in the process of creating some of these principles. And once we adopt them, I would hope that we are going to, our decision-making is going to be driven by those principles.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I just needed to get some clarity too. Thank you, Board Member Milevsky, for the suggestions, and Superintendent for the direction in terms of what would be most helpful. I think it's important to understand that maybe I'm misinterpreting sort of the spending plan, but it's not a one and done. It's sort of a guide where this is where we're going. These areas are the ones we're going to focus on. So in terms of continued, input from the ground up, not only within our district, from school sites up to the district office, but also from our community. It's not the last time that we're going to continue to want to hear back, or that we're going to ask to hear back, because we're going to continue to find ways, the best ways to support our students and our entire school community in a manner where we can spend one-time dollars in the best way possible. So I just needed to get some clarity on that, so that that's clear, that it's not by June 1st. We have to have all these decisions made. We have to know exactly where these dollars are going, but we definitely need to have a good idea of where we're going.
Correct. Member Garcia, I think the way that we just framed it as an information item is these are the initial buckets that we want our board to be thinking about, that we are doing some further studying. And again, to the extent that there's additional buckets that we have not included, we would welcome that that feedback. In some cases, we gave you a little bit more information about what's in each of the buckets, but we're not in a position where we can tell you how many of those things are in the bucket.
Any other board comment? All righty.
I was just clarifying that earlier Superintendent stated that it was an information item that he planned to bring back for more robust conversation. And so he prefaced that at the beginning of the conversation so that we understood that right now wasn't going to be the deep dive that we will all like to go into this, but it will be when he comes back with more information, which I would also probably realize why he didn't have the LCAP recommendations or stakeholder recommendations, all those things that need to be in the document so we can more fully digest and dive into the information. And so, but he said that after we went through everything, so I didn't have to answer anything else.
Definitely need more feedback. All right. This is an informational item, so there's no other. We'll move on. Informational item. All right. Before we move on to the topic and before we move to the next, interrupting the next presentation, I'm going to ask for a motion to extend the meeting past 10:30. Even though our agenda goes to midnight, we still have to extend past 10:30. So I'd like a motion to extend the meeting till midnight.
Moved.
Thank you. Second. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. All right. Yeah, item 8.6, special education assessments and CDE determinations update. Mr. Bozio and Ms. Hattagard, Dr. Hattagard.
Thank you, President Pritchett. Just a very few comments to introduce the topic. This is an information item, but it's a very important item for our board as well as for our community. This is a very serious matter. We will continue to update the board and our community on our interactions with the California Department of Education. This is we think that it's important to give you an update on this topic. It's also an expectation that was provided to us by the California Department of Education, with whom we are meeting again next week on this same topic. We want to provide a greater level of details to our board and to our community on the status of where we are at with our special ed assessments. We have a very serious backlog of those assessments, and we hope that the information we provide to you will elicit some discussion and questions that you might have. But I will just encourage board members to pay close attention to the information that we're going to be providing.
Thank you, Superintendent. And that was a perfect opening. So I'll be joined this evening, and the bulk of the presentation will be with our Assistant Superintendent of Innovation and Learning for our Special Education Department, Dr. Sadie Hedegaard, as well as Mr. Bozio, our legal counsel. Next slide, please. Our agenda this evening, we'll be sharing with you special education federal and state timelines. We're going to share some details of the SCUSD assessment update. We will also share with you some of the CDE corrective actions and work that we're doing toward those corrective actions, as well as our next steps. Next slide. And Mr. Bozio will take over with sharing some information on our federal and state timelines.
Thank you. Okay, for a little bit of background, first and foremost, the board may recall that we provided an in-depth presentation back in February regarding special education assessments, as well as one of our cases and CDE decisions that we'll again revisit tonight. So fundamentally, for background, the legal requirements regarding special education assessment timelines are provided in the slide here for you. both federal, the first bullet, federal requirement that requires the initial evaluation must be conducted within 60 days of receiving parental consent for the evaluation. California Ed Code, 2 provisions for you as well. Also requires that an IEP resulting from an assessment of a pupil shall be developed within a total time not to exceed 60 calendar days. And the second provision there, 56043A, requires that the parent or guardian of the pupil shall be given in writing a proposed assessment plan within 15 days of the referral for assessment. Of course, the district has policies and procedures and guidance handbook for staff that further delineate the procedures that are in place for documenting and responding to initial special education evaluations, reevaluations, and related procedural safeguards for parents and timelines, thank you, as required by state and federal regulations. Again, we did present the board with a lengthy presentation on this subject at the February 18th meeting. But it's a very important topic, as the superintendent described, and we have an extensive update for you here tonight as well. Again, special education assessments are the foundation on which an IEP is based. Assessments update. I'm going to look at my own PowerPoint version of this so that I can see it a little bit better. My eyes are getting a little bit blurry and old here. This graphic is to help the board visually see some of the key events and developments relating to the district's special education, dealing with the backlog of special education assessments that the district has been faced here for the last year. And so in blue, you have noted the 2 CDE complaints and that were made to CDE regarding the district's compliance with providing timely assessments, and the 2 decisions rendered by CDE on these matters, which included corrective actions. The first decision by CDE with corrective actions was received by the district on January 19th, 2021. And that was the subject of, or one of the subjects that we presented back on February 28th, if I have that date correctly. And the second CDE decision was on March 8th. Both of those, as you will see outlined for you later on in the presentation, both of those decisions include a number of corrective actions, and many of those corrective actions between the 2 cases merge, if you will. In green on this graphic are the important dates around our negotiations with our labor partner, SETA, around the provision of special education assessments in person, so that those assessments that had not been taking place since school closures in March of 2020 could begin. As you recall, and from previous board presentations, the district did enter into an MOU with SETA on February 26th. And you may recall that MOU generally provided for in-person assessments to take place by staff who volunteered to do that, and with a district goal of completing 20% of the backlog of those assessments each month, so that they could be completed in full by this summer. March 20th, of course, you're aware of that the district entered into the safely reopening schools to in-person instruction and services MOU with SETA on March 20th. In light of that agreement to reopen schools in person, the district and SETA engaged in further discussions and reached an addendum to the agreement related to providing special education assessments on April 12th, 2021. We'll get into these matters a little bit more detail in the upcoming slides. The bottom line from the CDE decisions and the district's own conclusions is that the district is out of compliance because it failed to meet the requirements of the Education Code and the federal regulations regarding assessments. There is no dispute on that matter. Again, the district is in full agreement on that topic. Assessments were not conducted for students with disabilities or suspected to have disabilities from March 2020 until February 26th, and actually probably a little bit thereafter, after the MOU was agreed to. And that is the source of course, the backlog of this large backlog of the assessments. Turn this presentation over at this time to Dr. Hedegaard, our Assistant Superintendent of Special Education.
Thank you and good evening. So as far as to continue our assessment update, first we want to make sure that we have clarity in our language. So when we discuss assessments this evening, we want to be clear that we are considering one assessment, one initial and/or triennial assessment to include all of the special education standardized assessments that would need to be completed in order to make a determination of eligibility for a student, and that the IEP meeting has been held in order to review that information and determine next steps, draft the IEP that the student would be moving forward with. So from February 26th to April 8th, with that definition of assessments, we have reported out that there were 854 outstanding initial and triennial assessments. During that time frame, as was just highlighted, after this original special education assessment MOU was signed, we were able to complete 113 assessments. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder, the provisions of that assessment MOU did include that there was the volunteer provision. So we were soliciting volunteers from our staff member to complete the assessments. We were monitoring, in addition to that, the 20% completion rate, which, as you can see, we completed 13%. We did not achieve that 20%. At the same time, knowing that our monitoring was taking place within a 1-month period of time, the special education department was working with the non-public agencies and appropriately credentialed individuals in our area in order to establish agreements and contracts. But in the event that we would be able to contract, we would move forward. It's important to highlight that in the February 26 Special Education Assessment MOU, there was a restriction in order to contract for in-person services with non-public agencies and appropriately credentialed individuals. That limited us to the Sacramento region, or within a day's driving distance of the Sacramento region. And I want to highlight that during that time, it was identified that based on our completion rate and the number of contractors that we would be able to have access to with those restrictions, even that coupled together would not allow us as a district to meet the goal of completing our outstanding assessments by the July 30th deadline. So again, as Mr. Bozio highlighted, on March 20th, there was an agreement reached between the district and our labor partners regarding safely reopening. That presented us with the opportunity to re-engage in the negotiations process, revisiting then that volunteer provision. Next slide, please. So as was highlighted on April 12th, an agreement was reached which allowed for all SCTA members to conduct standardized special education assessments in accordance with the health and safety measures. The agreement does include the additional 10 hours for full-time employees to be able to work outside of their contract day and further support us with being able to deplete the backlog in assessments. Next slide, please. It's important, I think, for the community and the board to understand that while these CDE provisions are looking at specific timeframes, and that's what we are reporting back, and we will highlight that further in the presentation, as a district and as a department, we are monitoring constantly the number of outstanding assessments that need to be completed. And this does include that every day we are accruing more assessments that need to be completed. So it's important, I think, to highlight from April 12th to the end of the school year, June 17th, we currently have 305 overdue initial assessments. But in the next 30 days, 31 initial assessments will become overdue. At the same time, for our triennial assessments, and I would just highlight that it's very common that IEP teams will guide the triennial dates to be held in spring in order to say, you know, we're wrapping up one year and preparing for the next. So currently we have 518 overdue triennial assessments. But from April 15th to the end of the year, we have the potential to accrue 485 additional triennial assessments that will become due. Next slide, please. This data is coming from our local data management system, which is referred to as SACE, or the Special Education Information System. The data is directly uploaded from SACE to CalPADS. It's important for us to understand that all of our special education service providers engage in this local management, data management system. And as with any system, the more users that you have, the greater margin for error that you have. And so I just want to highlight and compliment the teams that we have working in regards to our SACE technical support. They serve a critical role and on a day-to-day basis are working to maintain and support our teams in the field so that then our data is appropriately replicating the work that's taking place at our school sites and with our students. This includes having weekly error reports and follow up directly with site administration, case managers. But it is important to understand that our system, for example, indicates an overdue triennial based on 3 data points of entry. So if there's an input error, even if what's happening at our school site is that they are completing the assessments and holding the IEP meetings, if there's an error in one date, it can trigger our system to tell us it's overdue. And that is something that we are always working to be able to identify and requires individual student review in the system. Next slide, please. So now, given that update and that information, our state of affairs, we'd like to go a little deeper into the corrective actions. Next slide, please. There are 2 corrective actions, and so they are noted. The difference between is the S-0297 versus S-0401. In the first, we have 8 corrective actions, and we are working to provide weekly progress updates to the Department of Education. The same is taking place for the second, however, there are 7 corrective actions. In the packet and what was provided is a letter from the Department of Education dated April 8th, which is highlighting that the district is out of compliance in regards to completing a number of these corrective actions. And I want to highlight that this is based on the fact of meeting all elements of each corrective action. And we are working diligently in order to be able to do this. But however, we want to take this opportunity to make sure and provide transparency to you and to our community about what has been done in regards to the corrective actions and what we are still working towards. Next slide, please. So we'll be going through the first 8 corrective actions of the first investigation report. So for the first corrective action, it is regards to an individual student and completing assessments for that individual. We just want to highlight, so we are working to legally obtain assessment reports, and a completed IEP is the evidence that is required by the Department of Education. This has been proven to be challenging as the student has disenrolled from our district. So we are working to request what's referred to as an exchange of information to be able to request this information from the student's current district. So this is in progress. The next corrective action was to provide a report to the board, which had been completed, and we are awaiting the department's review. The third corrective action was to design and deliver a training. This is technically in progress because a recorded training that met the requirements was delivered to all required participants on March 18th. However, we continue to work to obtain verification of attendance. It was a recorded training, and we continue to provide that verification of attendance on a weekly basis to the Department of Education. Next slide, please. Number 4 is a list of overdue initial and triennial assessments. This is in progress as the requirement to meet this corrective action is that the list shall include the current progress on the student's assessments and the date in which the IEP meeting will be held to review the assessment data. And of course, that would require that all assessments are complete. So we are working towards meeting this goal, and we will continue to provide weekly updates. However, until all of the students from March to November 20th, 2020 have received their assessments and have an IEP date, this will continue to be in progress. Number 5, planning to ensure that all overdue assessments will be completed by July 30th. This continues to be in progress as our plan has been responsive to the district's negotiations process. However, I'm really pleased to share, and this is also included for your review in much more detail, but that a revised plan was submitted just this last Friday based on our new MOU that offered more clarity than we were able to define previously across 4 phases. Next slide, please. So the first and the second phase really highlights when we were under the oversight or following that original special education assessment MOU, and we were dependent on the number of volunteers and also their availability to conduct the assessment. And so phase 3 in the plan is looking at now that we know our current outstanding assessments, but we also are having our full teams working towards achieving completion of the assessments. We're using our psychoeducational evaluations as a baseline for the length of time in order to complete an assessment, as it's the most complicated and takes the most time, is also required for every initial and required for almost every triennial, except for in rare circumstances where a records review is appropriate. So based on the number of school psychologists that we have, their contract time, the ability to be able to have access to the 10 hours, and breaking down an average number of hours to complete a psychoeducational assessment of being 15 hours, we've really been able to look at the number of hours and anticipate assessments that we can complete before the end of the year. So based on that, we are looking at completing, our goal will be to maximize the efficiency of our time and complete 70 assessments per week for 634 assessments by June 17th. It's important to note that this number falls short by approximately 700 assessments to meet the July 30th goal of completing all of our outstanding assessments from 2019-20 and 2020-21. And that's really important to note, is that this plan is about meeting all of our outstanding assessments, not necessarily just the assessments that are captured in the timeframes in the complaint, because we know that in order to start the 21-22 school year strong, we want to be able to have caught up in regards to the number of outstanding assessments. As a result, so phase 4 Our next steps is, as Mr. Bozio has highlighted earlier, that we have requested to meet with SCTA in order to reach an agreement in regards to the availability of staff and working over the summer in order to continue to work towards depleting the number of outstanding assessments. And this does include contracting with non-public agencies and not having a stipulation for necessarily in person, being able to also utilize the virtual means of completing an assessment. Next slide, please. So the sixth corrective action required us to submit to send out information to our family in regards to a plan and where we were at. This letter was translated into 5 languages and sent to families on March 12th. So this corrective action has been completed. However, we are awaiting the Department of Education's review. Number 7 speaks to weekly spreadsheets again. This is one that's very much in alignment with Corrective 5, which I highlighted earlier, but just to confirm that 9 weekly updates have been provided showing the different districts' progress. Thinking back to Mr. Bozio when he was reviewing that visual and highlighting how the investigation reports came in prior to us reaching agreement, we want to be transparent to highlight that there were a number of weekly updates in which progress was not made because we were not completing assessments. So that has transitioned, which we are very proud of, and we're moving forward. And now we're very excited to see the difference that will happen, that we have our full teams working towards this goal. Finally, corrective action number 8 requires that we determine compensatory services. So the district, we are working to develop an appropriate process for developing compensatory services. And as Mrs. Bieda highlighted earlier, this is also recognizing then the learning loss opportunities that will be available to all students and balancing out, making sure we have a tiered approach of being able to provide students what they need given their exposure and experiences this past year related to the pandemic. All right, so that concludes our first 8, and I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Bozio to review the second.
Thank you, Dr. Hedegaard. Okay, so the second case, 0401, previously referenced, which we are sharing with you tonight. Very similar in most respects with regard to the action steps required by CDE to complete the district's response to the matter. Number 1 is like the previous case relating to the specific student involved in that matter, and ensuring that that student receives their assessment. And that is, again, in progress. We hope to have a more update on the completion of that assessment shortly. Number 2 and number 3 are, again, the same requirements as you saw with the previous case. And as such, they are also completed and awaiting CDE review. The report to the Board of Education is happening as we speak. And 3, the design and delivery of the training is the same training that Dr. Hedegaard referenced previously. Likewise, the plan is the same plan. For number 4, the plan for completing all the overdue assessments is the same plan that Dr. Hedegaard referred to with respect to the previous case. The plan is for completing again. And it's important, I want to reemphasize what Dr. Hedegaard mentioned. The district's plan is to complete all overdue assessments by the end of July. And that's in addition to those that were within the time frames cited by the CDE decisions themselves. But nevertheless, we still have our legal obligation to complete those plans timely. No, we'll use this one. Number 5, again, through our actions with respect to the last case Dr. Hedegaard covered, number 5 has been completed. And number 6 and number 7, again, the same as with the previous case, are in progress. Next steps. The district will continue to collaborate with CDE and our labor partner to achieve the goal of completing all outstanding special education assessments by July 30th, 2021. A meeting is being scheduled with the district and CDE's team for next week to further review the matter, try to get in more alignment and see what other steps can be done and in order to achieve our mutual goal. And finally, the district plans to collaborate with our communications team to identify a means for displaying outstanding and completed assessment data through a dashboard and the like. Thank you very much.
I believe we have 5 live comments, one of which says that they'll be giving a group comment and request 5 minutes, which will be granted. Miss Moretti.
Yes, our first public comment is from Angie Sutherland.
Hello, I'm deferring my time to Renee Webster Hawkins.
Thank you. Is it a combined time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You give Ms. Renee 4 minutes.
So our next speaker is Renee Webster Hawkins.
Hello, thank you, and thank you, board members and staff, for this presentation. What I want to let us focus on for a moment is that these assessments aren't just tasks. Each of them, the hundreds that are on the backlog, reflect children and families who need and deserve the compassion, the recognition, and the expertise of educational professionals who see them and can uplift them. The assessment process, yes, is a legal requirement, but it's the first step. It's the first rung on the ladder for these children and their educational careers. To be clear, getting these special education evaluations done should be each of your top priorities. And I hope as board members, you will be insisting on a weekly update on the status and progress towards clearing the backlog, because there are real children and real families in purgatory wondering if their children will ever receive the educational support they deserve and need to thrive. At the beginning of the night, many hours ago, you met my son, Jeremy. The reason he is a stellar student today is not because anyone in this district didn't comply with a state or federal requirement. It's not because he didn't have psychological assessments completed on time. Now, to be clear, many of these processes were late. Many of them stretched out far too long. There were many procedural and substantive failures, but those processes weren't the root cause of his continuing failure in this district. We had over 24 hours of IEP meetings between 1st and 6th grade, and yet he was still reading at a kindergarten level. We placed Jeremy in a private school from 6th to 8th grade, specializing in dyslexic students. And people asked me when we pulled him out of the district, aren't you worried that you're giving up your IEP? That's your legal right. My answer was kind of crass, but for this audience, I will just simply translate and say, when the IEP cannot be implemented by adequately trained teachers with fidelity, what good is it? 70-page IEPs mean nothing if they can't be effective for the student. And instead, Jeremy thrived at the private school, Loomis Gateway Academy, increasing his reading level from K to 10th in 3 years because he did the hard work when he was provided the right instruction. And then he was ready to come back, re-enter 9th grade at School of Engineering and Sciences and tackle the A through G curriculum there with honor and hard work. So the point is that the root cause of his failure in elementary school was that the school failed him. Simply put, this district does not have the instructional capacity to teach kids with dyslexia how to read and develop their executive functioning. And I know there's a couple of you board members who are very keen on literacy. This is a travesty. 20% of our students have learning differences that would most definitely thrive in their general education classes, not special education, but gen ed, if they were provided the screenings and the evidence-based literacy intervention in K through 3rd. And I worry, there's a lot of attention right now, yes, on these assessments, and this is horrible. And yet, it's just the first step. Do not think that if you can get through this backlog, you've solved the special education problem. I worry that this district cannot see the forest for the trees.
Thank you, Ms. Webster Hawkins.
Thank you.
Next comment, Ms. Moretti.
Yes, our next speaker is Sarah Williams Kingsley.
Good evening, board and superintendent. I've been waiting for this all day. I want to call your attention to page 2 of the letter from CDE, and I'm going to read it aloud for everyone who might still be watching this meeting. It says that because the district has been unsuccessful in implementing its plans, the CDE is, and I quote, identifying Sac City as a high-risk grantee. CDE will assign special conditions on the IDEA grant and further direct the district to use its 611 funds for assessing its students who are waiting for assessments per ed code, etc. Quote, going back to quotes, because SCUSD has been identified as needs intervention under 34 CFR 300.604C for more than 3 years, the CDE may move to withhold future payments or refer the matter to the Office of the Inspector General at the U.S. Department of Ed or the Department of Justice if the district continues to neglect or defer its responsibilities under IDEA. Now, if any of you can sit there and say that you're okay with the board being a board member of a district who is literally skating on thin ice between being referred for action by the Inspector General of the Department of Education or the Department of Justice, tell us now so that we can start your recall, because this is embarrassing. It's disgusting. You had choices to make. Renee and I specifically warned you in November in a public comment that continuing to negotiate with SCTA over the rights of our children to be assessed, as is outlined in this presentation by law, was going to backfire. That you were opening yourself up for all sorts of liabilities because you were saying whether the teachers want to play nice with us is more important than the legal responsibility we have to children. And here we are. And you're all prepared and proud of an MOU that the district signed that says you can't hire outside consultants to complete this work. So what do you have to do as the lawyer tonight? You have to go back to the table and say, please let us hire outside consultants so we don't get referred to the Department of Justice. That's not nice work.
Thank you, Ms. William Kingsley.
Our final comment speaker is Lauren Lystrup. Ms. Lystrup, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Lauren Lystrup, and I'm a staff attorney at Disability Rights California, providing a group comment on behalf of DRC, Equal Justice Society, National Center for Youth Law, and Western Center on Law and Poverty. Our organizations condemn in the strongest terms the district's ongoing failure to assess students with disabilities. We urge the district to act immediately to 1, hire non-district outside assessors within the next 15 days to reduce the district's outstanding special education assessments by, at minimum, 1/3 per month. 2, ensure that all outstanding initial and triennial special education assessments are completed by July 30th. 3, provide a letter to every district family that states that A, students suspected of having a disability have a right to appropriate special education assessments B, that these students never lost this right during the pandemic-related school closures, and C, that families can request compensatory education during IEP meetings for those students found eligible for special education after months of delay, or for those students who did not have appropriate IEPs because of delayed special education assessments. And 4, to publish the number of outstanding initial and triennial special education assessments the district completes each week from February 12th through July 30th on the district's reopening dashboard. The district's ongoing failures have serious catastrophic consequences for students with disabilities. CDE's April 8th letter made clear, if the district does not change course tonight, it risks losing millions of dollars in funding for students with disabilities and risks being subjected to intensive, resource-consuming monitoring and investigations from the Department of Education or the Department of Justice. For more than a year, the district has neglected its duty to conduct special education assessments. More than 300 students officially accounted for are awaiting initial special education assessments. That is 300 students with a suspected disability who are languishing, waiting months, many for more than a year, for the district to qualify them for special education. These students need assessment so that they may access the services and supports that they need to receive an appropriate public education. Many families were turned away before even receiving an assessment plan. The district told them it was not conducting assessments. So the number of students actually needing initial special education assessments in this district is undoubtedly higher than what the district reports. Even where the California Department of Education issued findings and corrective actions ordering the district to complete its backlog of assessments by July 30th, the district has failed to act. The district's reporting shows that they have not made a dent towards the 20% per month goal needed to complete the assessments on time. Let's be clear. CDE's April 8th letter to the district is an extraordinary measure. It is CDE's tool of last resort to address the most blatant and egregious failures of school districts to serve students with disabilities. CDE states in no uncertain terms, the district risks losing millions in funding because of its blatant failure to implement CDE's corrective actions and its continuous neglect of its responsibilities to serve students with disabilities. The district's recent actions walk back previous promises for progress and set this district and therefore its students up for failure. In the initial February 26 assessment MOU, the district promised to contract with outside assessors if necessary. This promise aligned with CDE's ordered corrective actions, but the new MOU relies solely on SCTA staff to complete hundreds of special education assessments with less than 60 days left in the school year. The new MOU makes no mention of the district's need to tackle 20% of the backlog each month, and it expires June 30th, a month before the district has to meet its deadline with CDE. The district's new MOU practically guarantees that the district will fail to comply with CDE's corrective actions and will therefore lose critical funding. We were shocked by the district's presentation of this new MOU to the Community Advisory Committee on April 20th, and the district's refusal to provide any meaningful response to reasonable questions from the CAC and the community members. In fact, Dr. Sadie Hedegaard's response to parent questions was that the district's presentation was not meant for informational purposes, but to quote unquote celebrate the district entering into the April 12th MOU. We see nothing to celebrate. If the district stays its current course, it will continue violating the rights of hundreds of students with disabilities, preventing them from accessing their education, and it will risk losing millions of dollars in funding. We urge the district to change course immediately.
Thank you, Ms. Lystrip. And there's no other additional comments, correct, Ms. Moretti?
No, that was the final comment.
Okay, perfect. We'll move into board dialogue. Anybody? Member Rhodes.
I just think it's obvious that we have to do better and we have to do more and we have to take action. I think that's just obvious. I think I'm on.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you can hear me, right? Okay, so that's just my only statement towards this. I think the presentation was very clear, and we can't continue to be in this situation.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Posio, can you give us an idea of the time it would take to get through, and maybe this is a, Dr. Hedegaard or, maybe Dr. Hedegaard can answer this question, the time that it would take to be able to get through and what it would take to be able to get through the assessments that are backlogged at this point, and can we make that deadline?
Yeah, I'll defer to Dr. Hedegaard.
I'll do my best in order to kind of synthesize that. So we're using, again, that 15 hours as an average time that it normally would take a school psychologist to complete a psychoeducational evaluation. The tricky part is that, as was very beautifully highlighted in some of our public comments, is that the special education assessment process is intended to be individualized. It's based on the individual needs of a student. And so there are times in which, it's not the same standardized assessments that are completed for every child. If there's a particular child that shows a need in an additional area, then that assessor needs to probably provide more assessments in order to be able to determine eligibility and receive clarity. So all of that to say, we're using that 15 hours as an average amount of time. And so, this is based on the number of staff, and I'm just going back to my notes real quickly. But we're looking at completing having approximately 700 that will still need to be completed if the contract hours and the additional 10 hours that are available, all of our school psychologists would take advantage of that, for example. So if we have the ability to contract out, it will, again, be impacted by the number of contractors that we're able to have access to. I will offer that, again, it will be significant for us to not be limited to our geographic region. We do and did pursue contracts with our local providers, even, appropriately credentialed individuals that normally complete independent education evaluations for us. That's totally separate from this issue. But, we are competing because psych services is not a normal service that we contract for as a district. So we are competing with all of our neighboring districts that are experiencing similar challenges, as well as then the IEE process for access. So it's all of that to say, we would have 700 that would need to be completed between June 17th and July 30th, and we would need a large number of individuals to be able to tackle that.
Yeah, so what you're saying is unless we contract out, we would not be able to meet that deadline.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, okay, and just to be clear for for phase 4 of these cases, a meeting has been requested with SCTA, and we would have to negotiate to be able to contract out. Is that why we're meeting with them?
I'll defer back to Mr. Bozio in regards to that.
Well, we've requested a meeting to talk about the extra time for staff in the summer who could volunteer to continue to work into the summer and what that might look like. The contracting out provision or potential is something that is always discussed with a labor partner. That's probably all I can say about that at this time.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other, Member Wu?
Is it possible to initiate the contracting out process and hold it in abeyance until such time as they're needed?
I think, Member Wu, I think I understand what you're asking there in terms of, I think are you asking whether it's, whether we could enter into some sort of agreements, with, a provider to potentially provide these services if the district were to need them
Yes,
on a short, with short notice?
yes.
Okay. I mean, I think we'd have to explore that with the providers, but theoretically could be done.
I would think so.
Mhm.
And I would think that you would want to begin to explore that. Because we can't wait for the sequence to occur, deadline, and then have to move. We lose weeks that way.
Member Wu, if I may, so I hope to convey that that was what we were doing in that first month when we were also monitoring the 20%. So I just want to offer the reassurance that yes, we were pursuing, we were not signing contracts that had monetary agreements to them, but we were outlining and making arrangements in order so that we were ready to move forward as of the day that we could move forward with the contracts and the agreements. And that was how we knew that we would not have, that was not a sustainable option at the time for being able to deplete the total outstanding assessments by the July 30th.
Sorry, I think my mic was off. This is no time to lose. I know it's related to something else, but it's really related also to what we're talking about now. And I agree with Member Rhodes. We need to do better. And our students deserve better. And the time is now. We've got to catch this up. Member Milevsky?
Thank you. I just want to go back to, I know we've talked about this before, but just to be hyper clear, because there's a lot of folks saying that we should just hire non-district outside assessors to do this, that we should just contract out. Can you clarify the board's authority under labor law to do that?
Well, board member, that's a complicated issue, and I don't know that I would want to offer up a legal opinion in open session on that question.
I'm going to take I'm just going to take another approach if legal counsel, outside legal counsel is available as well. I mean, I think certainly what we can describe to the board are some of the potential ramifications of taking such action, Member Milevsky and board members as well, of essentially contracting out that a body of work like this. So let me, it's
So we
always
can
hard.
safely say there are ramifications under labor law
Yes.
to contracting out
Yes.
such work.
Yes.
Like we're not just sitting on our hands and not contracting out because we don't have like a clear line of authority to do so with no.
Sure. I mean, there's implications. Certainly, there's limitations on that. There's exceptions. There's, it's a complicated kind of analysis. That's why I would be hesitant to really opine in great length. But, of course, there's different, it depends, the famous answer, right? It depends, and it depends on a lot of different scenarios and factors. And
But there's nothing about the CDE letter or other lawsuits or anything that gives us any additional authority to find other ways to do so. Just because we're out of compliance doesn't mean we have any additional authority to do things in a different way, right? It comes down to having, basically having an agreement to do this. It seems to me like it's just very obvious that we can't address this backlog without contracting out. Is that right? I mean, just live, like, the hours are not available. Even if we had all of our staff working throughout the summer, it seems like there's still not enough hours, right? Maybe Dr. Hedegaard.
That's my understanding. Dr. Hedegaard?
Yeah, that is also that is my understanding, my recommendation, as well as, basing on the fact of being able to gauge our staff's availability and over the summer. I would also highlight that that applies for the last agreement as well. So if we are limited to only contracting with local providers, we will still struggle to meet this need by the July 30th date.
I see. Well, I mean, I would hope everyone in our system sees what a high priority this is. Like some of our commenters said, each one of these assessments that's overdue is a family and a child waiting for the services that they need to access their education. And so it's really a moral issue at this point. It's not fair to keep them waiting when they need something to be able to access their education. I think there's a couple of easier things also that I would just ask staff to do with respect to this. And the weekly updates, is there any reason those can't be posted and shared publicly? Okay. I would ask that, those updates get posted publicly. That's just a transparency and accountability metric for all of us. I would also request, just staff to make sure that the CAC gets their questions answered about this. There was a robust discussion and a lot of, obviously a lot of concern about the outstanding assessment. So I would want to make sure that staff has an opportunity to address those questions and hopefully just develop a protocol whereby everyone understands, what data is being requested, and so everyone can get answers timely and know what's what.
I know Dr. Hedegaard mentioned or maybe I mentioned it, I think, actually, in the slide about the efforts towards creating a dashboard that would, have, of course, anonymized data regarding our progress. So.
Okay, well, I would encourage staff not to have to get fancy with it, I think a PDF, if that's what it's going to be, I think that people are interested in the data, so I appreciate us just being able to get that out. And just, I guess last thing I'll say is just going back, I have a lot of sadness about that we're in this situation. We've wasted precious months, I think, talking about assessments and not doing them. So we have a lot of digging out to do, and we need to do it as soon as possible. Thanks.
I'm not going to add to the conversation other than just because everyone has stated the issue so eloquently, and it's just obvious. I mean, we're in a deep hole and it's getting deeper, and it's going to be harder for us to come out and catch up. So, but I do want to have a date certain of when we're going to take action on this in terms of moving forward. So can we have that for the next board meeting? I don't know whether it is a recommendation or I know there's a pending conversations, but we need to know how we're going to proceed because we need a solution that is that's comprehensive in order for us to really do all these assessments.
Member Garcia, I will offer the same response I did on the distancing topic. I appreciate your request for a deadline, and it will be no later than the next board meeting.
All right, I just have, sorry, Member Garcia, were you finished? Were you finished? Okay, I want to make sure I didn't overstep. I just have one more question. On here, it says CDE may move to withhold future payments on the letter. So do we know, like, what will happen if they're withholding payments from us?
Well, for one, in the CDE letter, they place a new benchmark for 200 assessments to be completed by May 17th, I believe is the date. And I believe in from speaking with Dr. Hedegaard and staff that we're confident that we'll make that number. So that's that initial hurdle, and hopefully we won't have to get to any sort of withholding of funds. Of course, that would probably have catastrophic impacts on our students. So I would hope that would not be the case, as long as we are working in good faith to address the issue, which I believe that we certainly are.
Okay, and then the second part of it being referred to the Office of Inspector General, under federal law, what would be our ramifications under that?
Same loss of funds. We're looking at loss of funds. There's both federal and state funds for special education.
So long story short, if we don't get these done, it's really going to hurt our students and hold us even further back than we're at, because if we don't have the funds, we can't do them, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking forward to having a more in-depth and conversation at our next board meeting. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Mr. Bozia.
Thank you.
All right. 9.0 communications. 9.1 employee organization reports, SCTA. They've requested 15 minutes, I believe. Do we have SCTA online?
No, there is no report.
Okay. Item 10.0, public hearing. 10.1, we'll have a public hearing on approval, revised board policy 3315 and relations with vendors. Mr. Bozio, you thought you were done, but welcome back.
Sick of me now. Okay. So thank you, board. We are here for the second reading of our revisions to the board policy 3315, relations with vendors. As you may recall from our previous board meeting and the reading and discussion of this revision, this is a revision required by the FPM review of the district, which has been ongoing for these last few months. And one of the findings of that review from CDE has determined that we need to update this policy to be consistent with federal regulation 2 CFR 200.318C1, which states that LEAs are required to have written standards of conduct covering conflicts of interest and governing the actions of its employees when selecting and being engaged in the administration of contracts. And specifically, the piece that we were missing from this policy was a reference to the district's ability to provide disciplinary actions for violations of those standards. And the policy, which was adopted in 98 and revised in 2001, did not have that reference, although, of course, the district could have disciplined an employee for violating the policy's language. But nevertheless, we wanted to clear this finding and include this language to ensure that there is no ambiguity there. So again, the proposed policy is intended to create practices that ensure district employees and board members appropriately engage in the selection, award, and administration of contracts, and do not engage in acts that violate its standards of conduct, covering conflicts of interests. And as I mentioned, revisions now provide information as to when a conflict of interest arises, and specifically disciplinary actions regarding same for violations of the policy by an employee. We discussed at the last board meeting that you as board members also have a very specific board bylaw that regulates your conduct, and that is regularly updated and reviewed and submitted to the county of Sacramento every 2 years. So this is separate and really dealing specifically with employees. With that, I will take any questions if after there's any comment.
I believe we have one live public comment. Ms. Moretti, do we have one live public comment?
President Pritchett, I thought it was a written comment.
There's no public comment. There's no live public comment on
Oh,
this.
you're right. It does say written. Sorry, that was my fault. All right. With this is an actual board discussion. Let's do board discussion first. Any discussion? All right, we have a motion on the table. I got a second? All right. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All right, and superintendent roll call.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Milevsky?
Aye.
Member Wu? Aye. Member Garcia? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
All right. Item 11.0, consent agenda. I get a motion to approve the consent agenda. All right, the student preferential vote?
Yes on all open session items.
Thank you. Superintendent roll call.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Milevsky? Member Wu? Member Garcia? Member Rhodes? Member Phillips?
All right, item 12.0, business and financial information reports. We have received business and financial information and Head Start reports. Our future board meetings will be May 6th and May 20th. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
We go to closed session.
Oh, that's right. We've got to go to closed session, so we will not be adjourning at this moment. We still need to look at something. Yeah. So we'll be coming back to open session to adjourn. Welcome back. I'd like a motion to adjourn. And a
Second.
All right, I got a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Adjourned.